Morning, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming this morning. Welcome to the November 2nd, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diversity of Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recording vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for November the 9th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting will be 1 p.m. on Tuesday, November 3rd. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our new City Manager, Nikki Anderson, who is sitting at her first meeting of Executive Committee today. We're grateful that you applied for the job. We're especially grateful that you accepted the job, and we're very much looking forward to working with you, and we are confident that you will enjoy making Regina your home. So on behalf of all of us, I say welcome. Yeah, wow. Absolutely. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Approval of the agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Don't need a seconder. Any opposed? Seeing none, I declare the agenda approved. The adoption of the minutes. Can I have someone to move a motion to adopt the minutes of the meeting held on October 19, 2022. Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions, additions, or subtractions from the minutes? Seeing none, I'd like to ask if there's anyone who is opposed to approving the minutes. Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved. We have a number of delegations today. The first delegation, EX 22-16, I call on Chris Lane and Tina Savdal and Tony Plater to come forward, please. This delegation is appearing on behalf of Economic Development Regina. I'd ask you to state your names for the record. Normally, we allow delegations 5 minutes for their presentation. We recognize that in the case of the delegations that will be appearing today, they have extensive information to convey. We'll give you some leeway. We'd ask you, though, to remember that others follow behind you. So please go ahead, state your name.
Good morning, thank you. Tina Sweetall, the Chair of Economic Development Regina Board. With us today is Chris Lane, President and CEO, and our partner joining us is Tony Plater, Regina Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, representatives from city administration, welcome Nikki, and members of the public. Thank you for having us this morning. We're especially pleased to see members of the EDR board here this morning, Claire Blaget-Parker, CNT Management, Thomas Benjo, FHQ, Ryan Rosada, Atlas Hotels, Samar Awad, MLT Akins. Also grateful for our employees in the audience and our partners that are present in the gallery to support EDR this morning. EDR has gone through significant transformation. The departure of Tourism Regina, the resulting change in the EDR's mandate, the change in leadership, and the board of directors renewal. This change has created an opportunity for new ideas, new direction, and new energy, a new EDR 2.0. Over the past few months, with the board's approval, EDR's senior management team has worked through major structural and strategic change. It has identified a clear path forward to position Regina for success in a highly competitive post-pandemic environment. EDR's new structure reprioritizes areas of business that we think will make the biggest impact on our city. Together with our partners, we are working to ensure Regina is the best place to live, do business, and invest. Chris will present a bold, a compelling, and an executable plan that is the cornerstone the City of Regina requires to execute on all of the priorities we have. This plan is a necessity, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris Lane, our president, to give you some further details. Thank you for letting me speak. George.
Economic Development, Regina. Thank you. Members of Council, Administration, thank you for the time and opportunity today. As you may know, it has been a summer and fall of incredible transition at EDR. We have used that opportunity to build an agency that we believe is tailor-made for Regina's moment, which we will describe here today. And even though that work has occupied us for months, it has not stopped us from delivering the core purpose of our mandate. For example, we've launched Regina's first ever coordinated and cohesive marketing position in the Grow Your World Place brand. We've worked with partners to beautify the city in the form of the Audacity Mural Project, and we've worked overseas on a trade mission with our partners in government, a mission that is already paying off in dividends in investment leads for Regina. We've worked with our partners at FHQ Developments and Women Entrepreneurs of Saskatchewan to launch Regina's first ever business mentorship program targeted to underrepresented entrepreneurs. But we are here today to talk about what's next for EDR and for Regina, and frankly what that investment looks like. The process of transferring Tourism Regina over the summer allowed for a fulsome understanding of the funding realities for both organizations. Once the financial reallocation had been settled, $1.275 million could be considered core or status quo funding for EDR. To be clear, that would cover some, but not all staffing, as well as the fixed administrative and occupancy costs associated with running the organization. Plainly speaking, $1.275 million funds an EDR able to receive a level of economic development work, triage it, and handle some investment attraction work as the leads come to us. Instead of a passive organization, we believe EDR should operate more assertively, considerably more assertively, especially in light of where the economic signals are heading, and even more importantly, of how our biggest competitive jurisdictions are positioning themselves. In addition to the core funding, the new EDR includes dedicated funding for activating the Place brand marketing campaigns to attract jobs and the people needed to fill them. The new EDR includes a first ever in-house economist and support system to gather, analyze, and present Regina-specific data and trends to enable all of us to make better decisions around growth and opportunity. And finally, the new EDR includes leadership in how we understand, support, and use the city's sustainability framework to attract leading-edge investment in clean tech, green tech, and alternative and renewables fuels as a new made-in-Regina growth industry. All told, this is a new EDR with new capabilities in a right-sized package that will allow Regina to compete and win. And that really is what we exist to do on behalf of our owner and shareholder, on behalf of all the residents in the greater Regina area. It says so right in our mandate. This new EDR will be equipped to deliver on all of these directions as a pure play, data-informed economic development agency. We will do all of this while purposefully supporting Council's strategic priorities. We have key objectives and measurables that directly support each intention and action highlighted here in your strategic priority list. As you can see, EDR is taking responsibility for supporting and advancing about half of these priorities in our work and in our own way. And this is how we're set up to do it. Our philosophical organizational chart looks like this. Economic growth is always paramount. More specifically, growing our commercial tax base, attracting new residents, creating jobs, and retaining the talent to fill them. We do that in two ways at EDR. The first is hunting. This is about using data research, analysis, and industry expertise to target, support, and qualify new investment leads to Regina. And the second is homemaking. This is about using all of the tools available to us in the Place brand to position Regina in a highly competitive market as the natural best home for people, business, and investment. Again, more specifically, we go hunting by being great at understanding the data and what it's telling us about the economic and demographic factors at play at any given time in our city. We analyze it and present it in a way that makes business more confident, policymakers more informed, and EDR as the single most trusted voice about the economic architecture of our city. We build a team of highly focused experts in key sectors like ag, food, energy, manufacturing, tech, and more. We are the experts in understanding the industry, investment, and the process of moving leads through a pipeline to get to yes. The new EDR will be the lead agency for hosting inbound dignitaries, investors, trade officials, and private business. We will build a standardized playbook for showing off the economic opportunities in this city and stewarding decision makers who also believe in Regina's homegrown success. And we will go hunting afield, backed by expertise, research, and data to target international and Canadian opportunities and investors that fit Regina. Simultaneously and in direct support of that work, we will be actively marketing and positioning Regina with creative, forward-looking campaigns designed to attract the kind of investment we want and the people we need. You will also see the new EDR active and leading conversations in our community as we build our own brand of trust and knowledge. And we will be a partner for every other organization, department, or agency in the city that shares the same values of positive, responsible growth. In our business plan, we get even more specific about how we accomplish this. Areas of focus for us over the next 2 years are not surprisingly economic growth, but we also have a clear understanding of our human and financial capital, who we are, and our value to our other supporters in the community. Intelligence and thought leadership will be the driving principle behind our new voice and visibility in the community and what we offer. And a new focus on stakeholder relationships and how we support the ecosystem in Regina so that there are fewer silos and more alignment between organizations all working for the common good. And of course, how we activate and grow the impact of the Place brand project over time. To do this, we have remade the organizational structure of EDR. We have teams dedicated to hunting and homemaking, to the expertise in economics and analytics that drives all of the business with the smartest, most timely, and most effective understanding of the data at any given moment. In our org chart, we have removed vertical layers and added a breadth of doers. Additionally, we have no less than 13 specific actions we will take that advances our responsibility to meaningfully work towards truth and reconciliation. TRC Call to Action 92 is about economic reconciliation, and in EDR's business plan, these actions will hold us accountable and work towards greater inclusion, understanding, and prosperity with our Indigenous community. And how else do we keep ourselves on track? With the multi-year rolling budget process allowing for a better and more predictable ongoing business plan, we have developed a new series of objectives and key results. Many of these we have talked about here today, but I would also point out our commitment to hold several new events and public engagement opportunities, with our work as an example of a new EDR occupying a new space in the conversation in this community. We will also dedicate time and energy to creating a series of products and services, such as insights, an economics dashboard, and among others, for our investment partners, stakeholders, and our shareholder to better and more regularly inform the conversation of economic growth in this city. And while we are confident we can deliver all of this with the funding we are requesting, I am cognizant that it is not an insignificant ask. Even still, EDR would be among the most modestly funded economic development agencies of major cities in Canada, and certainly more modestly funded than our most serious competitive cities. You can see here the varying degrees of funding in a sample of cities chosen, not necessarily because of their similarities in size to Regina, but because these cities are active competitors with us for investment in tech, agriculture, energy, and perhaps most importantly, labor. And while all of these cities receive a sizable municipal grant, They also include some level of provincial funding as well, something EDR does not in a significant degree, but an avenue we have begun pursuing. And as a P3 model, we have an active private investment program as well. This chart shows that in more detail. Council may remember something called the gearing ratio in presentations from EDR before. Essentially the idea that for every dollar the city funded EDR, it would find a matching dollar from another funding stream. For now, the gearing ratio is not an applicable measure. The departure of tourism and associated funding streams from industry and government means EDR is evolving our third-party investment program to a more private-focused offer. Still, you can see about 1/3 of EDR's revenue comes from sources other than the city, and our intention is to grow that over the next 2 years. To review at a high level, after the Tourism Regina transition, you could consider EDR status quo core funding at $1.275 million. We are costing the activation of the Place brand, including active campaigns, some of which you will see in and around the Grey Cup, that we run ourselves at EDR, the work needed to activate the assets with outside partners, and the expertise to own this brand and strategy at a net new $335,000. As we move into a truly data-driven organization and create the products and services and events to export that knowledge for the betterment of the entire city, we are costing that work at a net new $298,000. And as we recognize the economic potential behind aligning the city's sustainability framework with emerging investments and opportunities in that sector, we are dedicating a position and resources to investment attraction and framework support for a net new $91,000. For a total net new funding of $720,000. Added to the core funding of $1.275 million, we arrive at EDR 2.0's investment request of $1.995 million held for both 2023 and 2024. Council has a more detailed budget in your package from us, but here's a condensed version that shows projected revenues and expenses assigned deliberately and explicitly to deliver the work and results we just discussed over the next 2 years, which is an important and welcome move from EDR's perspective. Predictability and stability in core funding allows EDR to be strategic over a longer term and create consistency over time as we market and position the city. And with that, I thank you for your time and the opportunity. I know I speak for our board, our chair, and our team, all here today, that we are excited, positive, and true believers in the EDR that we have all had a hand in building, and more importantly, in the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lane, for your presentation. Before we go to questions from the committee, I'd like to ask Mr. Plater, who's here representing the Chamber of Commerce, whether he has anything to add to the comments of the delegations.
Good morning.
Morning.
On behalf of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, I'm providing my support to Economic Development's Regina's budget request. I'm proud to say that the relationship between EDR and the Chamber of Commerce is the strongest it's been in many years. The work that Chris Lane and his team does is invaluable to our city's growth and prosperity. Regina has a long-standing reputation as an open and welcoming community. EDR is the door opener, and we are proud to work with them to ensure this commitment continues. By searching nationally and internationally for corporations that want new locations for their headquarters or manufacturing plants, or providing support to encourage a workforce to move to Regina, EDR is helping to build a strong local business foundation. During these visits, the EDR team reinforces the benefits and incentives of doing business in Regina. Their work also creates new opportunity for our current business community. This allows them to engage and supply goods and services to these new or expanding companies coming to Regina. With new businesses, we see new residents choosing Regina for work and to raise a family. This creates economic spin-off for our local restaurants, retail outlets, and entertainment options. Our role in this strategic partnership is to inform our members of the new business opportunities and potential synergies with these new corporations that they bring with them. Additionally, we will see an increase in tourism activity as friends and family will make Regina a vacation destination. More importantly, EDR's time and energy will help to increase both our business and residential tax base. This will provide much-needed support for infrastructure renewal and the growing need for funding social programming and initiatives. EDR also supplies important economic insights by providing statistics and key indicators on hiring, investment, and other overall health of business in Regina. This service assists new and current businesses to make strategic decisions on future growth. We are looking forward to working with EDR to grow and be competitive in the key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, tech, and energy. One of the other strengths of our partnership is our mutual understanding of the current labor force issues. We will continue to work together to help find solutions that benefit Chamber members and our other business communities. This includes co-leading an emerging labor force trends event in the new year. Together we strive to ensure Regina is a city where you are free to be whoever you want to be, a city where you can be inspired to pursue your dreams and success in every aspect of life. I ask you to view EDR's request not as a budget line expense, but more as a long-term investment in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plater. This is an opportunity now for members of the committee to ask questions of the delegation. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much for being here today. So let's just start with the branding of our city. So we talk about the place brand. We did an exercise probably a few months back with some consultants that came in talking about helping us brand our city. How does that relate? Like we're going to use that information, and how does that relate to the 335 asks?
That is an excellent question. The funding allocated to place branding in this budget request really allows us to use the tool that we spent the last year building and launching in a coordinated marketing campaign, again, to attract not only business and market and present the city as a natural best home for people and investment, but be in market with our competitive cities. You may recall over the fall, Alberta launched and executed a $2.6 million marketing campaign about bringing people, skilled labor, into the province. And we don't expect to be able to compete with that level of dollars in investment. We wouldn't suggest it. But we can be smart about how we use our dollars, and with the research and data-backed information about how, when, and where we target positioning Regina as an investment or home for people to move to. We think we can be effective and we can be competitive. It's also worth noting that Regina doesn't get a discount because we're a small city when we buy marketing campaigns in other jurisdictions. So we have to, what is incumbent upon us is to be smart and be effective with how we deploy the place branding activities. That requires a base level of funding so that we can always be active and in market to solve a problem with our place brand. But it does not, there's not enough resources there to be indiscriminate with how we market the city. So that's what the funding here in this budget is about. It's about the support to be able to do that. It's EDR will drive individual marketing campaigns to solve economic hurdles, I would say, in our city. And we look forward to doing that. If you, for example, if you happen to be watching the Grey Cup pregame in November, well, there's where Regina is in the national spotlight, you will see multiple spots in the pregame show, all wrapped in the place brand around investment and as our home and also as a host city.
Okay, great, thank you for that. One of the things when we talk about shortage of labor, and we know that's kind of across the country, EDR feels there's a role there to play to support business and to bring people here. How are you going to do that, but also do you work with the provincial government in their area where they've got also resources to advocate? How are you, I mean, that is a huge point for business, so how does EDR see they're going to do that?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we have, in the last 6 months, instituted and remade significant partnerships with all levels of government, including the province, but also industry as well. Industry associations are a grassroots level of their partners that represent probably the businesses that are facing the labor crunch in the most acute ways. So not only in terms of partnering with governments who have some levers to pull outside of municipalities around attraction programs or credentialing solutions, but working with organizations like the Chamber or the Construction Association, for example. We're about to partner with the Construction Association in the coming months on a targeted campaign around understanding where the mobility is in the workforce that Regina's construction industry will need to build the growth we're talking about, and how do we help get in front of where those mobile workers might be and present Regina as an attractive place for them to become. So it really is a full court press, if I can use that term, around labor. And I think the work we've done in the last 6 months and the work that we will be able to execute on with this plan is about bringing industry, government together, understand what is really happening with labor mobility and demographics in the city, so that we can create a plan to mitigate some of the hurdles that we might see happening for the growth that we have planned for the city.
Okay, thank you. We talk about promoting our own city and telling our Regina stories. We have also Indigenous employers and businesses that we need to highlight and also grow that. How does EDR see that with the different groups in our city? How do you see that? Is there actually a stakeholder, or how do you start building those relationships?
Through the chair, I think you'll see a lot of those actions highlighted in the business plan around the specificity around our Indigenous business community in our TRC 92 work. But more holistically, I think we have an obligation to work and build capacity with Indigenous economic development corporations like ours, other organizations that do what we do with and for the Indigenous communities in Treaty 4. And I think there's a huge opportunity. I know that I've spoken about it with members of our board like Thomas, but also other leaders in the Indigenous business community about the real opportunity to align the work that we do. I think that there's an obligation and a responsibility, but also a huge opportunity for us to use what we learn through our economics and analytics unit and share it with our Indigenous business community, so that we ensure that they have a seat at the table and they have access to the kind of data that they need in addition and in partnership with us to make the best business decisions for what is a huge potential in Indigenous economic development and labor development.
Okay, and my last question is, as we tell our story, we've had many entrepreneurs have moved from Toronto, moved from here to start multiple businesses. EDR, it's my hope that they actually can start showcasing some of these in the businesses with the Indigenous community, showcasing so they're examples of people who have done that. And then the last piece is, with this data, and I've asked this from every EDR board, there's always a whole bunch of fluffy stuff done and it's hard to track. Do you see now with this analytics group that you're going to be able to track the data? How many businesses have come? What has made, because as the taxpayer wants to know, where is the money going and what is the input back into our city?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a fair question, and it's a question about accountability, and I think adding the capability around economics and analysis will enable us to present truly made in Regina statistics and trends and inform better policy decisions about what's actually happening in the city. Part of the opportunity here is a collation of data that's already being collected and maybe not presented or collated in the most effective way. By having that capability in-house and having expertise that might be able to flag an incoming trend or area of research for us to be able to say there's a correlation between the age of the people moving into the city, and let's do a deep dive in how we're growing and what the correlation is behind the kind of investment and growth in tax base. Those are projects that we think we would definitely be able to add a level of light onto And also, measuring EDR's output back into the community becomes, I think, a lot more concrete. Growth in GDP, growth in commercial tax base, growth in residential tax base, population growth, but also with the business plan that we've presented here, your point around showcasing the success stories that present Regina in the most positive and truthful light out there is an opportunity that I don't think that we've done cohesively as a city, certainly in my time here. So we're excited to do that. All of these things together, all of the things that we're talking about new EDR being capable of providing, work in concert with each other so that they are greater than the sum of their parts. And the goal here is to have an agency that makes Regina attractive for business and investment dollars and makes it sticky for the people that are coming here, so that when they get here, they stay here and they fall in love with it like I did.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, good morning. I have a couple of questions. One I'm going to start, it's kind of following up with Councillor Bresciani's questions about the data, but specifically about the in-house economists that you want to hire. What specifically do you think the work of that economist would be? We've talked a lot about labor analysis, I think, in the past, but how you see that adding to the work of EDR?
Through the chair, that's also a great question, because I think that position deserves some specificity. I can tell you that in our stakeholders, when we talk about that capability coming to EDR, there is definitely a level of excitement and desire to access it. So I think actually the challenge we will have is being strategic about the amount of work that lands on an economist's desk once we create that capability. But more specifically, the ability to have a trained expertise in economic modeling and analysis will allow us to be as smart as we can possibly be when we think about economic impact of certain projects coming to the city. When we take a holistic view of what is the economic impact, or what are the levers that we need to pull economically, whether that's policy or incentivization, to truly develop a green tech sector, for example. These are the kind of projects that moving past anecdotal evidence about which we might all hear from time to time, adding a level of rigor and, I would say, dispassionate analysis about what the real opportunities are and what the cost is becomes really important. So we have individual projects like labor or economic impact analysis that we can do, but I also expect someone who is a lot smarter than me with a PhD in economics might actually flag us as EDR and then the city to say, hey, here's something we're seeing happening that affects our economic future and our opportunity to grow. We might want to spend some time understanding and taking a deeper dive on how these two things, X and Y, might be related, and how we can inform some policy decisions to either mitigate something negative or exacerbate something positive.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I guess related to that, and again, it's somewhat similar to Councillor Bresciani's question, but a little bit different, is because I want to understand the relationship to the provincial government as well, in terms of the kind of analysis that they're doing, either labor analysis or economic analysis, and whether or not if having an economist would feed, like if you still would be relying on some of the work of that the provincial government might be providing, or if the work of the economist would also help leverage us in terms of asking for support from the province on certain projects.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that is an avenue and an opportunity that we have also identified as being able to to not only be a better receiver of the kind of information and data that the government is collecting at a provincial level, and apply some very specific models and rigor to the situation in Regina specifically. Not all data is collected on a very specific level for a municipality. There are some levels of data that we have to kind of interpolate that we get from the province or from Stats Canada or from the Conference Board of Canada. Our intention with this is to have someone who's sort of geographically fenced in understanding and interpolating large-scale data and its impact directly in Regina using Regina multipliers and modeling. We think that better informs our ability than to feed back into other levels of government and be specific with our asks, be specific with our own value proposition about how we approach and pull some levers in our relationships with the province about what specifically Regina might need to realize these opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, just kind of following in the same lineup, there are a number of either proposed or actually under construction projects in Regina area that we know, we've been told there's going to be economic spin-offs from these projects. So is there a role for EDR to kind of analyze what might be needed or what kind of economic spin-offs might be happening and how that can attract, specific businesses and projects to Regina?
Yeah, through the chair, now I'm getting excited. Yes, entirely, and that's I think a really important pedestal or pillar of what EDR should be about. Already, we are seeing ancillary or supportive industries becoming interested in setting up business here to either support, manage, or use the byproducts of, for example, the canola crush facilities that we've been talking about for some time now. In our trade mission overseas, specifically what made Regina attractive and people seek us out is the opportunity to be associated with large-scale commercial development or industrial development like that. It is our job to understand that there is a secondary and tertiary sector that comes along with that kind of development, and how do we turn $4 billion of investment in that industry into $8 billion in ancillary industrial or commercial support as well. So, process engineering firms, byproduct management, biomass. How do we use that? How do we use previous waste and turn it into new fuels? All active conversations that we are having. And certainly as we understand that sector more, we will be able to be an advocate for the kind of things that the city should be doing to set itself up to receive that investment as a natural first home. Because I would also point out, I'm getting excited, as I would also point out is that is a very competitive industry. We have to be cautious, I think, as Regina, that while we have first mover advantage in a lot of the things we're talking about, we won't hold it unless we're assertive and active in developing those investment leads and the support around that industry. That's really what this agency is being built to be able to do.
Okay, thank you. And then just another a point that was made in your presentation was that you intend to try to grow your partnerships and more contributions, private contributions. Through the chair, what is your plan or strategy to attract more partners, if you can give any kind of examples on that?
Sure, yeah, through the chair. As we have developed a better understanding around EDR's space in its product life cycle, and really the idea that we are a corporation that develops and delivers products and services, not only to the shareholder and the existing business community here, but to new partners. The things that we can offer have value for private investment partners. Whether that's engagement or whether that's certain data sets or whether that's business case analysis. The capabilities that we add in EDR 2.0, I think have a not insignificant market value in the private market. And we are developing over the winter relaunch in 2023 of what that investment program looks like. We see that in the chart, in the comparative analysis chart, is that we need to keep pace with outside investment, not just municipal grant funding, to be able to be competitive and remain to do the work that we need to do on behalf of the city. The more things that we do from a products and services level that make us more attractive and more important for private industry in this city, the more investment that we believe we can go to market and attain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanicek, Councillor Stevens.
Chris, thanks for the high-level overview. I'm not quite convinced or sold on the branding element of the strategic plan. It's not to say that I'm against it, but the question is, before this goes to council, could you provide us with a more detailed report with some of the elements that you've talked about so far, but also some specifics around the success of other campaigns in similar economic development agencies in Canada, the success of similar positions in other municipalities, and could you specifically spell out what the brand manager does besides manage? So I guess I need to know, what do they manage? Rather than, are they an active employee? And this is a broader question, but what would you brand and how? So it's very general, but my question really is, should we invest in something that's worth branding, or are we trying to package what we already have in existence? The second bit of information I would request regarding the sustainability support, which in principle I'm behind, I guess I would like to know, how will you work with the city? Because it looks like it's a complementary role. So if that report came back to us before budget, that would be helpful. But also, I think what's important is if you could outline your understanding of the framework and specifics on how you wish to make it succeed.
Sure. Through the chair, there's a lot there. I'll address what I can and commit to bringing back to council what you're asking for. Maybe I'll start with the branding piece. Through the last year, we have worked, as has been pointed out here, to develop a place brand concept. So a tool that allows us to steward, when we talk about Regina, whether it's EDR doing it, or whether it's the city's own branding and marketing arm, or whether it's partners like the Chamber or with Real, that we are doing it with a collective set of language that we can all sort of stand behind, that reflects the best parts of this city and the opportunities here. In order to do that, we are actively creating a management of not only the brand, but how we work with outside partners, so that we are collated and we're marching in the same direction when we talk about the city. We do not have the resources to spend to be anything less than that precise and that coordinated around it. So it becomes, I think, incumbent on EDR as the owner of that place brand project for the purpose of attracting investment and people to move here, that we understand all of the different players and partners that might want to activate with us. I'll use the word university as an example. If we are partnering with the university about attracting new students to our city, then we have a tool that we can work with them to activate specifically. So it's not just the dollars in EDR that activate the brand, it's coordinating the brand with outside partners. So that's part of the brand management work. The second part of it is working with our hunting arm, our investment attraction arm, to make sure that when we go to speak about Regina and present Regina as a competitive jurisdiction, is that we're using that tool in the language that makes not only a great business case, but also makes it a great case for bringing your people here or transferring staff. All of those things together is a significant amount of work, and to make sure that you're strategic with the dollars that you have. So I would say that's what we envision by brand management. On the sustainability piece, I'll answer that a little bit. We view our role in supporting the sustainability framework as a very complementary role. I think, our understanding so far with how the city is adopting and activating the sustainability framework is largely about actions that the city can take within, if I can, metaphorically within the walls of City Hall, around fleet renewal and energy and tracking and those things. Our role in this is to understand that framework allows Regina to position itself as a home for a sector in the technologies and the new companies specifically related to clean tech and green tech. And I think we have a bit of an advantage around alternative renewables energies showing up here in the city. So really, our role in that is to support the framework, not only however we can within the walls of City Hall, but understand its opportunity to grow a sector that up until recently might not have found a natural home in Regina, but we think it really does now.
Thank you. And just to confirm through the chair, you can get us the supplemental detailed information before the budget on December 14th, is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely we can, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Nelson.
Am I on? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Chris, and I want to acknowledge and thank you for following up on things that I passed on to you, people and contacts and stuff. So it really goes to show that, yes, you know, the determination and drive and stuff like that is there to make this city. I do question you when you stated in your thing, you want to make us the most attractive place to live in Western Canada. How about all of Canada? Thanks. Anyways, just following up on the $298,000 for the hiring of an economics position. As of right now, do you have any idea if we have that talent here in Regina, or are we branching out to find that talent through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a great question. I would agree with you, all of Canada. I'd even say North America, so I'll do you one better. So we have actually posted and gone through the hiring process for that position.
Okay.
Probably not entirely ready to announce that candidate is here yet. They will start with us in January in the new year.
Okay.
We had some applications from Regina. The person that we have signed to an employment agreement is Saskatchewan educated, but was living and working in Prince Edward Island. So that's what I'll say. The position is full, has been full.
Oh, okay.
We found sort of the best combination of applied economics, education, and experience, and with the Saskatchewan ties was the winner, and we're excited to be able to bring that person on board in January.
Okay, awesome. You didn't, yeah, I didn't know that. Us as a city and us as councillors, and I know when Tina, when you guys came to us before, you know, you kind of asked for our help in promoting the city and promoting Regina. I've been trying to or campaigning and showcasing small businesses throughout Regina, because we all know that that's the backbone of our economic turn here in Regina. Is there anything more that we as councillors and we as a city can do to help you and to bring in this the economy? And I know we're all in this big trend, and it seems like everything's going so fast, but is there anything that we can do as a city or as councillors to help in this endeavor? Through the chair.
Through the chair, appreciate the question, and I think the demonstrated alignment in what the opportunity is here. Economic development happens in a lot of different places. While we are the agency that coordinates it and leads it and lands it, all of you will have individual contacts or leads that come to you through your position on council or your position in the community. We depend on everybody who might get that level of information or interest to coordinate it with us. We can do the best job of our mandate and do the best job of how we're built if we are continually understanding what is in the pipeline and at what stages. We'll lend our support to any conversations that we have as we qualify leads and investment into the community, and we know that comes from you. So I think ongoing cheerleading for the city, which I know you all do well, and I think you will see a new level of from EDR as both a cheerleader ourselves, but a coordinator of efforts amongst other agencies. And I think as long as we believe that Regina is ready for the growth that's about to come, then I think we'll be successful.
Thank you. Do you see any challenges with what you're doing, and has the city reacting to those challenges? Is there some, through the chair?
Through the chair, I don't know. If I'm being honest, I think the challenge is going to be keeping up with the pace of the opportunity that's about to present itself. I think that's a challenge not only for Regina, but for this province or Western Canada as a whole. I think we have to be ready to run. I think if you had a look at the economic signals sort of shaping up in terms of what we do well in Western Canada and how Regina could be positioned to realize that opportunity, I think it will be a capacity and velocity issue. So I don't know that that's a challenge between City Hall and EDR. If there's a challenge, it will be coordination of the effort around that.
Okay, awesome, thanks. Mr. Plater, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Sure.
So we talked about, I'm going back to my days as working as a nonprofit organization and working with the young people that are getting out into the workforce. And what I would do is bring in these opportunities, the banks, the police, the city, to these organizations that have these young people. And I talk about it, you know, having the Indigenous people at the table, making the decisions, having them there and having them realize that this opportunity is here for you. Now, you and I talked a little bit about things like that. Can you tell me, have you had any more development with that? Have you been doing anything around that, getting into these places to get the people into the workforce and showing them what's out there to realize what we have, the opportunities here in Regina, through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we recently had a job fair where we had about 400 people show up, and we had about 56 booths that so we reintroduced the workforce to some of the corporations in the city. On the Indigenous side, we are working on an MOU with FHQ to also to grow our partnership. One of the things that we found is that working with REAL, with Tourism Regina, and with Chris at EDR, what our main goal is to define our lanes so that we're not using our resources, we're not using them individually, but we're pooling them together and going in the same direction. And I think that's where you'll see us helping on things like the job, the job labor force issues. We're planning an event in January on labor force. So working together, I think we'll find solutions, and knowing our lanes and not and sharing resources as opposed to not keeping them to ourselves. And what I mean by that is that he'll do one thing, we'll do one thing, Rio will do one thing. We're going together and growing the city together.
And I noticed that, and I want to thank you and appreciate you for what I've seen a little bit and talked to Chris about. I'd just like to thank everybody for being here today. It's really great to see the enthusiasm and the love. I mean, I came here years ago and I fell in love with Regina, and it's great to see that enthusiasm in your presentation and working with you guys here in the last little bit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Findera.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you all. Great looking bunch of people in the audience. Question, Mr. Lane, we had a conversation with EDR. You presented to us at different times, and you have been informing, updating the council. So for me, as a councillor, as a board of directors for City of Regina, what are you going to do for me as I look at the complex issues, decisions that I have to make here? As EDR, you're telling me that you are the ears and the eyes, and I'm talking about the inside Regina. What does that mean to me as a councillor? As I have a one vote, I sit right here. This is me.
Thanks for the question. I think for you, Councillor Findera, the capability that we're building into EDR is really a proactive, first of all, it's a proactive philosophy. What do we see happening? Apply our expertise to either exacerbate or mitigate, depending on whether that's positive or negative. But thirdly, inform, we'll say you specifically, about the kind of issues and levers that you might have to pull as the board of director of the cities, as city council. How are you understanding, and are you getting the right information? Are you getting dispassionate information, not anecdotal information, about the kind of things that are happening to our city, inside of our city, so that we can enable you to make better decisions for both the city but also for your ward? It becomes, all economics is local, and we have to understand our place in the larger economic world, And so that if we can give you, whether that's specified briefings on individual projects, whether that's specified modeling on individual sectors, or if we can give you specified briefings and information on the competitive nature around whether that's labor or foreign direct investment or a green tech energy sector. All of those things become information, products, and services that we deliver to council and individual councillors so that we inform you to make the best decisions you can to discharge your responsibilities with the best information that you have available.
Thank you. And so I noticed that the communication was always, it's on top of your mind, of EDR, making sure that not just council administration, but the city of Regina, citizens out there understand what we are trying to achieve. Am I pointing that the right direction?
Yeah, through the chair, that's I would say an accurate observation. My training and most of my career is in the level of communication, so I think it's, if I would put it this way, I think it's really important for the future of EDR and the place it occupies in this community for most of the city to not imagine itself without an active economic development agency. What will it take for EDR to provide a level of product service, voice and visibility in the community so that we could not imagine Regina achieving what it wants to achieve without an EDR? That requires a commitment around communication, engagement, and quality products and services that we get in front of rather than necessarily be reactive to.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing too is that for me, for myself, and as I said, is that I would like to see you more often than not. And I think that's what you were telling me that you're going to do, and you've been doing that. So I feel comfortable going forward. What are you proposing? So I appreciate the discussion and keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vendura. Councillor Zakidniak is online. Councillor Zakidniak, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, thanks. I just have a couple of questions. So my first one is, sorry, it looks like my video isn't working. Is that right?
It is right, but we can hear you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so, excuse me. My first question is just more specifically about the energy and sustainability framework support. Are you also looking to attract companies focused on renewable energy? I'm just wondering because I don't believe I heard that in your messaging so far. So that could be renewable energy production, battery production, or other facets of renewable energy.
Through the chair, Councillor Zakidniak, absolutely. If I didn't say it, that was an omission. Renewables and alternative fuels is probably the fastest growing area of lead interest and generation that we're seeing. I would attribute some of that to technology starting to be ready to be commercialized around repurposing agricultural byproducts or waste, for example. But also the technologies that are coming out of accelerators like the one at Cultivator that are that we're finding alternative use for is in terms of recycling water, for example, from livestock supplies. All of these things have alternate and I think stackable commercialization opportunities that we're certainly seeing a lot of interest in. So yes, renewable and alternative fuels, to be short and concise, is certainly a key sector that we are seeing growing, that we have developed and assigned some expertise to understanding, certainly within EDR.
Okay, thank you. You may have mentioned it in passing and I just missed it. And then my potentially last question, and I'm just going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I'm going to ask this question to everyone today, just for informational purposes. If you were approved for a smaller budget than your request, what are some of the first things you would look at cutting from your proposed budget?
Through the chair. You know, I think what we have here is a business plan and a budget approved unanimously by our board of directors to bring forward to City Council. I think sort of depending on the size of what you're speaking of, we would have to go back and be very strategic around how we reallocated what our resources are. You know, we have built and I think demonstrated very specifically what the net new funding requests would be used for, down to the dollar, and I think we have full transparency around that. So I think we would honestly, and I'm not just treading water here, I think it would require a fulsome conversation at the management and board level around what are the things around EDR 2.0 that we built to be able to deliver that we are comfortable not delivering. Is it economics and analysis? Is it ownership of the positioning of Regina to be ready for growth in terms of attracting people and dollars? Is it the sustainability and renewable fuels piece? Those are the net new things that we would probably have to have a significant discussion about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. The Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In terms of the place brand, from an economic development perspective, is there a difference in the place brand for work and for play?
Through the chair, I believe there is. I think the message that we create around our strength as a host city and as an entertainment venue for tourism or the visitor economy is a very specific message, and how you apply it to win or buy events to come to this city. It's part of the message around what it's like to live here, but it's not the entire message around what it's like to move a family here, create a life, buy a house, commute to work, invest in a business here. Those are quite specifically different messages, and I think in no branding and marketing budget line item that we can see in the city or outside of the city do we have enough resources to be frivolous with how we apply that. So we have to be very strategic. In our application of the place brand, EDR's responsibility and the mandate to market and position Regina as a place to invest and live, we have to be very clear on how we apply that. That means targeting geographic regions, targeting certain companies or sectors, and targeting the people that we need to fill the jobs that we're about to create here. That's a very targeted application of a place brand project that is different than I would say, but supportive and in correlation with a visitor economy message.
Thanks for the segue to my next question. How are you coordinating with the other entities in the city which also market the experience of Regina?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that the transition through tourism has forged a new level of understanding and alignment with our partners, for example, at Real and Tourism Regina. If I was going to give a very specific example, I'll point to the work we're doing together around activating at the Grey Cup, putting the Grow Your World message as both an investment and place to live message, in coordination and support of we're a great host city and we know how to do big events and do them well. So we work very closely together. We have a working group around that project. We have a working group around Frost, for example. So I think we have either discovered or made a new common understanding about, as Mr. Plater would have mentioned, pooling resources to be collaborative rather than individually sticking to our own sandbox all the time and being protective about it.
Thank you. Through the chair, net new employees. What's the ask?
So through the chair, the organizational chart that we presented is 11.5 FTEs. That is smaller by a couple FTEs than when tourism and EDR were combined. But it is, with the net new additions that we walked you through, that accounts for that includes 4 FTEs. So 2 in economics and analysis, including the economist, 1 brand manager for place brand, and 1 resource dedicated to sustainability and environment investment.
You made a comment in terms in answer to one of my fellow council colleagues about the need for Regina to be ready for growth. Capacity and velocity, I believe, are the words you used. When it comes to the city and being ready for growth, and I mean the city hall, if you like to say, or the city organization, what's your role?
Through the chair, I think our role is as the eyes and the ears of industry that is looking to invest, as we steward leads and potential leads into the city. We have an obligation to work with the city on understanding what those obstacles might be. We, I would say, are excited to own the pipeline about getting to yes in investment in Regina. We know that we don't necessarily hold all the levers of decision-making around that, but we do hold the responsibility to inform and work with administration and council to make sure that you sure do understand what investment looks like, and how do we do that in I think in a responsible and coordinated manner. So our role is not really a handoff, and it's not, maybe not in all cases might be a decision maker around what needs to happen to land an investment, but we certainly see ourselves at the table at the beginning and through the process at the end.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, you also made a comment about tourism departing in terms of some of the funding. You're speaking of the municipal funding piece missing or the private funding piece missing?
Yeah, through the chair, the majority of that is the municipal funding piece, but outside investment partners or from industry also over time at EDR would invest in the tourism activities. So I think what I was specifically referring to was funding from Hotels Association and from the municipal grant. Also the one-time funding that happened more than one time, but multiple funding streams to support tourism and the activities around it are obviously not part of EDR's budget request or go forward plan at this anymore.
Thank you. Through the chair, tell me a little bit about what you've learned in your new role.
Through the chair, a lot. It's been a busy but fantastic 6 months since I arrived at EDR. I think not only have we learned what it takes to remake and reposition an agency that I truly believe has an important role in the community, but I've certainly learned within this community there is, and I've been here for some time, I would say an uncommon understanding of alignment and opportunity here right now between different organizations. We see here Mr. Plater with the Chamber, but also with the business improvement districts, with industry associations. In my time in Regina, I cannot recall a time where we have gathered with the same level of urgency around positioning the city to be ready for growth that's at hand, which is encouraging. It also means that we all see in our own way the same level of opportunity, but also perhaps competitiveness out there. And I think what I have learned specifically around the competitive landscape is that we have a competitive advantage in Regina. We do. We have a natural competitive advantage around our proximity to the U.S. We have a collection of critical mass in agriculture and agri-food processing. We have some of the best and smartest people working on new innovations around technology. But we won't hold it by just hoping really hard that we hold that competitive advantage. That requires work. It requires stoking the fire, and it requires work outside of our city limits, which we will do in conjunction with industry and our partners and governments. I would say in Western Canada, every city thinks that they're the home for ag tech and food tech. That is not a unique to Regina competitive play in of itself. We have to go out there and we have to prove it and we have to earn it. Every city is competitive for labor, which means that in a city like Regina, where we have size and location challenges in comparison to other cities, that we have to go out there and own it and prove it, that we're a natural home for these, for the people and the investment dollars. So just saying we are and hoping we are those things is not going to be enough. That's what I've learned. And we will be outspent by competitive jurisdictions, but we're not here to try to outspend cities like Calgary or Winnipeg or Vancouver. What we're here to do is be smarter about it. How we line ourselves up with all the agencies and organizations that share that goal. I think we can work a little harder and work a lot smarter than everybody else, and that's what we're built to do, and that's what energizes us.
Thanks. Another presentation is going to come forward this morning asking for a status quo budget. And that budget ask is $2.7 million that the City of Regina has been giving the Provincial Capital Commission for some time. And I'm not sure that any of my council colleagues would think that that investment in what is an unbelievable jewel in our city is important. What do you take for that you're asking for $2 million, and there's some questions about the allocation, as there should be, in terms of making you validate and verify the budget ask, the increase that you're asking for. What's your take on $2.7 million to a Provincial Capital Commission, and you are coming hat in hand for two?
Through the chair, I think, there's maybe a conversation in the city about doing a lot of either or work right now. I would say that is probably not the philosophy that we ascribe to at Economic Development Regina, is that growth is the foundation that helps us do all of the things that are incumbent on us as a city to do. It is a responsibility, I think, of all levels of government to care for its most vulnerable populations. It's a responsibility of all of us who have an obligation to grow the city so that it can provide resources to make sure that the park in the middle of our city remains the jewel that it is and becomes a big part of what makes Regina sticky for new people we bring here. So I think, if you were going to ask me what I make of it, I think we have a lot of important competing priorities in the city for budget and line items. But maybe I would challenge us not to always think about them as competing, as complementary. And I know that doesn't necessarily solve the mathematical problem that this council will have to face. But what makes Regina competitive amongst our other, maybe larger or better funded cities, is that we are greater than the sum of our parts. And so we need to ensure that we have the parts to sum together. That includes economic development. It includes tourism. It includes an active and leading exhibition association, and it includes agencies like the Provincial Capital Commission. We can do all of these things in Regina to a degree, and we should be prepared to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, thanks for the presentation. I just had a follow-up question. You covered off a lot of information. With the rebranding of EDR, how do you approach Regina formally with the borders of Regina as opposed to the capital city region? How do you see your responsibility, and where do you see it going?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. I think it says in our mandate that we work for Regina and the region, so I don't know that you can necessarily speak about all the advantages that Regina has for investment or for people to live here if you're not prepared to talk about the advantages in the whole region. Now, I think we see new levels of coordination and support with projects like the Regina Moose Jaw Industrial Corridor. We see potential for more regional cooperation around a hydrogen project potentially. But I think there's room. I think there is room to grow in understanding and a coordinated economic development strategy between the city and its surrounding municipalities and RMs. I think that's at some point we'll have to tackle that as a group with common goals. But I think as the city grows and as the opportunities come, it might force that discussion with us and for us, and it's our responsibility to lead it and understand the potential that the region offers to the city and vice versa. I think it's an important conversation for the region to understand that the city is the center of gravity around that growth.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions from the committee. I'd like to thank Ms. Svedal, Mr. Lane, Mr. Plater, for a very complete presentation and for taking questions from all the devil's advocates. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'd like to, we'll now consider EX 22-116, 2023 Budget Submission Economic Development, Regina. Mr. Lacey, can I ask you to introduce the report, following which we'll have a break, and then after the break, questions.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So this morning, you're going to, committee members are going to hear from a number of our service partners today, EDR being the first one. And they're here to detail their business plans for the upcoming year, as well as their funding or grant requests of the city. With respect to EDR, Council will know that in June of 2022, Council approved amendments to the unanimous members agreement, which resulted in responsibilities with respect to Tourism Regina being moved to Riel. And as a result, the financial information we have before you here is kind of what the base funding is for the activities that historically were undertaken by EDR less the tourism function. So as part of its funding request, EDR is requesting a continuation of that historic base funding of the overall funding we give them historically. The component that related to its economic development activities was just under 1.3 million. And they are also, as the delegation has noted, asking in addition to that 1.275 million, an additional $720,000 to address priorities they've identified as EDR. And so that $720,000 represents about a 56% increase on that base in previous years. And as Council knows, I'll often reflect on overall increases from a mill rate perspective. And so $720,000 is approximately a 0.25% mill rate increase. So this would be in addition to the conversation administration had with you in September when we kind of laid out the budget and indicated we didn't have our service partner information. So that would be in addition to that information we provided you in September. Deliberations of these funding requests from our various service partners ultimately are undertaken as part of Council's overall budget deliberations of the city's budget, which will be occurring in December. And as a result, the recommendation in the report is that EDR's funding requests be referred to the 2023-2024 budget deliberations of Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 20 to the hour. Thank you very much. Could I ask members of committee to take their seats? We have quorum, so I'd like to get going. We have a long day. Thank you very much. I'd ask for someone to move the report. The recommendation is that the executive committee refer the 2023-4 budget and related requests as submitted by EDR to the December 14th, 2022 City Council meeting. Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. This is an opportunity for committee members to ask Mr. Lacey any questions that they may have. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair. EDR's proposal here talks about working collaboratively on many different areas with the City of Regina. Could you comment from your angle, what does that look like for city staff when it comes to engaging with EDR on these particular projects?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So that can be a pretty far-ranging question there. So, I think at its broadest level, with respect to economic opportunity and driving economic prosperity of the city, I think it's important that we have a close working relationship with them. I think Mr. Lane kind of laid out that upfront part that's important to do with respect to getting out there and attracting businesses, hunting businesses, so to speak. And I think where that role and interaction with the city comes in with respect to us making sure that when they do identify those opportunities, that we're there to ensure that, things like city infrastructure is there, the whole planning process, that goes smooth, that we're moving barriers, that we're being responsive, and working with them not only on bringing new economic opportunity to the city, but retention is also very important in that piece. So on a broader level, I think there is, it is very important that city proper and EDR working closely together. I think with respect to the budget itself, I think there's an opportunity for further exploration around, brand placement and, the work that Rial's doing with respect to Regina tourism, the work being proposed by EDR, and then city proper with respect to our broader communication and branding, and how do the three interconnect and support each other. And, I would also note with respect to the sustainability framework support, we have an office within the city, the climate office, and, there'll be broader discussion, I think, as part of budget as well. And so I think it's important with respect to how does what the EDR is trying to do and accomplish, and what do we have within the city with respect to expertise and support, and that, we're working together, kind of jointly and as one, as opposed to separately. So lots of opportunity, and I think it's important that that collaboration is happening to maximize success.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson.
Just to, I thought of that question actually as you're answering Councillor Stevens' question. Has the city ever, curiosity's sake, have we ever done anything in order to maybe incentivize businesses or people to our city? Has that ever been done before? I see it done in other cities. I don't know if it's ever been done here. Is it something that we would even look into through the chair?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I would say in the past it's been very ad hoc and very much with respect to what the opportunity is and the situation as it arises. So I think the most recent one that, Council's familiar with is some of the work we've been doing with Viterra and that economic development opportunity, and I think some of the investments we're making there can be categorized as kind of that incentive piece. I think more broadly, though, we have been in discussions with EDR with respect to the need of a competitiveness framework and a little bit more of a, not a little bit more, but a more formalized policy with respect to when does it make sense for us to be making an investment, what kind of investments, what would be the triggers that, when we would be making it, looking at those investments. And so that work is ongoing with EDR. And I do expect at some point in the future here, we'll be back to council having that conversation with respect to the outcome of some of that work.
So just to follow up on that, if you don't mind, we talked about incentivizing businesses to come here, and we all heard that we're having a shortage of labor. That's a big issue, and I tell you an example, when I went to Toronto, I talked to a lot of people and tried to recruit them to come here to Regina, and their big thing was, we can't buy a house in Toronto. And I was talking to doctors and engineers, the people that have money. Has there been any thought as maybe incentivizing the people, since we are lacking the labor force and we need that? Has that ever been thought about, or is there any way that we could do something like that, or is it even feasible through the chair?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, you know, I think more broadly, Regina being an affordable city, and some of the, and you know, house prices, cost of living, are all important factors, of many factors that businesses look at when they look to relocate. And so I do think those type of discussions and some of that work that EDR's looking at doing with respect to placemaking touches on some of that. With respect to direct incentive opportunities, so, you know, I would hesitate to give a definitive answer on that. I think that's something more broadly that can be looked at as part of this competitive framework, and likely would, because I think the competitive framework would look at, you know, how many new jobs you're creating. What's the quality of those jobs? Are they high-skilled, high-paying jobs, head office jobs, versus perhaps lower-skilled, lower-paying jobs? Might change, for example, what type of incentives you're willing to provide to the company. So I'd see that falling under this broader competitive framework that we're currently developing.
Thanks, I'll follow up with Chris. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or discussions for the administration? Seeing none, I'd ask Councillor Stadnychuk if she wishes to close debate. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, can we have the, Madam Clerk, can we have the vote, please?
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, I'm sorry. The motion passes unanimously from all members who are present here today voting. And for the record, those that are absent are Councillors LeBlanc and Moll and Bresciani, who is temporarily away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll call on Delegation E-17. Real, I just want to make a note here. We're going to divide this into two parts. We're going to deal with Real first, and then we'll call on the tourism section of Real to do the second piece. So at this point, I'm calling on Mr. Morski, Ms. Warner, Mr. Reed, and Ms. Engel to come forward, please. Mr. Morski, can I ask you to state your name for the record, who you represent, and introduce your colleagues that are with you here today?
My name is Wayne Morski, and I have the privilege of acting as the chair of the Regina Exhibition Association. With me today, I have Tim Reed, President and CEO of REAL, Roberta Engel, our Vice President of Corporate Services, and Kathy Warner, the chair of our Audit and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much. We may proceed. You'll have a little extra time, given the importance of this matter, and following which there'll be questions.
I'm joining you today on behalf of our Board of Directors in support of the Regina multi-year budget process. And just to clarify, we do have two presentations today, one for REAL and one for tourism, and we'll be doing this on purpose given that tourism was rolled in mid-year, and we'll be changing out part of the presentation people at the end of this one. As a sole shareholder and owner, I want to express our appreciation for the opportunity you have afforded our not-for-profit organization to present today. The business of Real is one that historically has been deeply predictable within an industry that has been stable and consistent. Since the impacts of COVID-19, the effects of the global pandemic on our 138-year-old organization have been some of the most challenging in our storied history. Although we had hoped that 2022 would bring a return to the good old days that we enjoyed prior to COVID-19 through the operations of this year, it has become clear that not only has our business been deeply impacted, but it is still very much in a recovery, and the process of recovering will take more time than we had originally anticipated. Before I turn over the microphone, I'd like to acknowledge the incredible support we have as an organization have received from the City of Regina Council this year. I would additionally like to acknowledge the steadfast leadership of Mr. Nicol in his interim capacity and recognize the valuable relationship our organization shares at the governance and administrative level. The strength of this relationship is a regular topic of acknowledgement by our board and staff, and we serve us well in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Bob? Sorry about that, Ms. Borden.
That's no problem. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I understand that the presentation today might be a little bit different than it has been in the past. We're going to deal with some hard facts and numbers today. So if you explore the performance of Real prior to the pandemic, as Wayne said, it consistently produced a modest but positive earnings from operations as high margin activities subsidized certain of our public policy activities. We were an organization that would deliver between a break-even and 2% margin from operations, generally averaging around $500,000 a year. These earnings were then used to reinvest into assets or community development initiatives or public policy. As you will note from this slide, in 2022, our business has been deeply impacted by the effects of COVID-19 and has resulted in consistent operating losses that has resulted in a cost recovery position for us, ranging from 98 to 84%, which requires the assistance from you as the owner. While we would like to believe that the business of Real will return to traditional performance levels, if it doesn't, it will take more time than we had anticipated. And if it does, it will take more time than we had anticipated. And if it doesn't, we will need some time to evolve our business to model to match the new realities. This chart provides a little different perspective to show the performance of Real prior to the impacts of the global pandemic and the financial impacts caused by that on the most recent financial results. It is important to note that in 20 and 21, as shown by the orange color within the bar graph, Real was able to access federal and provincial assistance programs that minimize the direct impact of financial losses. In 2022, the funding programs changed, as did the qualification requirements for accessing these programs, and we were no longer eligible. And you will note, without a fully recovered business model, while delivering almost a full return to operations, without that grant subsidies, the results represent over a $5 million loss from operations. As a business that traditionally generates a modest return from operations, the debt incurred due to the impact of COVID-19 will take almost a decade to repay and will directly impact the abilities of Real to invest in facilities and new community initiatives that don't generate positive earnings. In short, the impacts of COVID-19 present an immediate and likely long-term sustainability risk for the operations of Real. This waterfall chart shows a bit more granularity on the anticipated results for fiscal 22 versus our actual. We experienced, there's a $900,000 shortfall from 2 stadium concerts that were canceled or postponed due to travel restrictions impacting international artists' willingness to play in Canada. There was a $700,000 in labor impact from the loss of business from COVID-19 cancellations, or the cost of additional screening and security measures. Labor has additionally been impacted by labor availability, sick time, and overtime. There's a $650,000 impact in direct in mandated shutdowns due to COVID-19, and a $600,000 loss in food and beverage shortfall from sales. The $600,000 cost in frost and ice fill from budget as a result of the Omicron, the attendance, and sponsorship. There was $350,000 difference in the farm show shortfall from vendors, corporate restrictions, the sponsorships, and some of their access to equipment. And $150,000 site planning overages to manage to get to our desired plans. So this waterfall chart truly showcases the impact of recovery on the business of Real.
In 2022, Real additionally expanded its responsibilities to support needs assessment, feasibility studies, committee work, site planning, and tourism. Almost most of these investments over time will deliver valuable financial impacts when the original plan to return to a profitable business does not materialize as quickly as anticipated. They simply add more financial and time commitments. As the business of Real works to recover, some of these initiatives become more financially difficult to justify. Our board of directors have a defined strategic operational matrix that is used to support the decision-making of the organization. This model is additionally used by our administration to align our corporate decision-making. In traditional years, we have often have many community-based initiatives that are performed, such as Remembrance Day, Halloween, Canada Day, pancake breakfasts, free skates, recreational times, and other unique and annual events. When the business of Real is profitable, these events are simply part of our annual income statements and are simply part of the role Real plays within our greater community. In 2022, we had a number of commitments that were made to continue these types of events. However, when financial results are not profitable, it makes the delivery of these events that may be elevated with more of a community impact perspective much more challenging to deliver. In 2022, Real played our leadership role in our community development initiatives that we believe we greatly impact the quality of life of our community, but without a more positive bottom line, these events become difficult to financially support. Also in 2022, Real additionally expanded its responsibility to support needs assessments, feasibility studies, committee work, site planning, and tourism. Although most of these investments over time will deliver financial, I think I read the same page twice, my apologies.
You did, but you get the point across.
Yeah.
Go with confidence, Wayne.
My apologies.
Thanks, Mr.
Over to you, Tim.
I'd like to share this with council because I think it's an important realization. Coming up on 5 years of working with you as this council, in my very first year I came to you and said we'd understand what was happening. Years 2, 3, 4, 5, I've come back to say we live and die on the big event. And I want to be clear because I think never more clearly has this been shown than it has been shown through COVID-19 or it is shown in 2022. In 2018, which was my first year of operations, the Brier and the Memorial Cup generated nearly $1 million in EBITDA to the bottom line of Real. In 2019, we called in favors to be able to attract Garth Brooks to come and play and convince the NHL that they should come here, generating about $1 million. If you think of where we were in 2019, and the reason that I'm stressing this is because afterwards we're going to talk about tourism, we were on a positive swing and there was awareness about what we had to offer here in Regina. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID impacted us. And in 2022, we were scheduled to have 2 major summer concerts in the stadium. And when those did not materialize, you can see the direct impact to the bottom line of Real. As an organization that generates somewhere between $0 and $500,000 in earnings, when you extract $1 million of bottom line profit, you get a real sense of what happens when we don't drive major events. Beyond that, when those major events don't come to our city, they represent between $20 million and $100 million of economic impact directly affecting our hospitality sector.
As we restart, I think this chart is imperative for you as our owners to understand. As our previous presenter spoke to, although we compete in Western Canada, we also compete nationally and globally. If you look at our stadium, where we have to drive a summer event each year, our stadium from a seating perspective is fairly reasonable or large for our population size. If you distill our community size, one of the ratings that I think is important to understand is for every person in Regina, for every 7 people in Regina, there is 1 seat in our stadium. On average, in the markets that we compete, for every seat that they have in their stadiums, there's 26 or 27 people. The reason that I say this is because in a world that's unsettled, particularly around entertainment, convincing a Luke Combs, a Motley Crue, a Garth Brooks, a Guns N' Roses to come to Regina presents with it a level of risk that is greater in other cities. When we are consistently producing success, there is a route and there is a confidence that promoters will bring entertainment to our city. Today, we are restarting that process, and it brings with it significant risk. We have a large stadium in a small city that generates great results, but we have to convince the world that we can continue to do that. From a grant funding overview, we traditionally receive $400,000 in funding. To put that into perspective of some of the other agencies that will be here, we generate $45 million in revenue. The funding that we receive through the City of Regina is traditionally less than 1%. Much of that is because of our ability to leverage big events. We've tried very hard to reduce that 400,000, and we've seen that from 400 to 200 to 100 consistently. We simply find ourselves in a place where your grant funding is essential at this point. Our aim remains to get that to 0. Our plan, which is outlined in Evraz Place 2.0 and then ultimately in Real 2.0, speaks clearly to our goal of being self-sufficient. COVID-19 has changed those timelines. It's important to recognize that although you invest considerably into our organization, our largest single funding partner is the province of Saskatchewan, who invests $2.6 million. The reason that I share this with you is because I think it's imperative to understand that not only are we facing the risks of COVID-19 and the challenges of repositioning our business, on the horizon lies a significant risk relative to $2.6 million in provincial funding that is unclarified. What happens to Real if you take the $2.6 million out? Well, the reality of that is that every year we lose money. So although we talk about the fact that our EBITDA position is somewhere around $500,000 a year, the reality of it is our business, without the investment from the provincial government, loses money. That's not uncommon for our business. It's not dissimilar to Explore Edmonton or Calgary Stampede or the PNE or the CNE, but it is a fact. On top of that, we maintain the assets on the grounds at Real. To put that into perspective, the square feet of assets on the Real grounds are the exact same as the stadium. From a stadium investment, we have an annual investment that is quite substantive. We have a $400,000 investment related to the other assets on the grounds, which you own. Our focus has always been on safety and operational performance. And so as this chart outlines, in a traditional year, we fund from operations reinvestment into our buildings, which are your buildings, and reinvestment into maintenance. In a year where we're generating a negative cash position or negative earnings from operations, that creates a level of challenge because we still need to maintain assets on your behalf. In years where we don't make money, unfortunately, we need to maintain those assets using debt. I wish to be clear, in addition to this, that we also have a number of term loan payments on food and beverage commitments for the stadium. And so over and above the investment into facilities, we additionally, in 2020, invested $1.2 million into food and beverage equipment at the stadium, $2.5 million in 2021, and $1.9 million in 2022. All of that in a time that we're not making money is coming from debt facilities, which ultimately become yours. Where we have invested over the course of the last year has been around safety or opportunities that COVID may have presented. For those of you that are familiar with our facilities, if you walk through the halls, we took the opportunity during COVID-19 to replace the asbestos flooring tiles that existed throughout the buildings, because when they were shut down, it was probably as good a time as any to do it. So while other than safety and opportunities with COVID, these items have been funded with debt. Easy to do when you're making money, harder to do when you're not. I'll return to the Stantec report that was shared previously, which recognized that we have a $44 million deferred maintenance problem at Rio. Our goal was to use improved performance as well as commercial development to be able to offset this by 2027. The reality of it is we are well behind on that pace. And the risk that that portrays to you, I think, as City Council and the owner of these assets, is these assets remain yours. Even though we operate them on your behalf, they're no different than roads, pipes, or other recreational infrastructure. In terms of where we are on the COVID-19 recovery, I think this is essential to recognize. The biggest issues that we face going into this year are the management of debt, our ability to sustain capital and maintenance requirements on the assets, and returning to a condition where our business is profitable. You will see today, we believe we have a plan to get back to more traditional times, recognizing that we compete in a world that is altogether very different and very, very inconsistent to what it was in the past. Hand it over to Ms. Engel.
So as we respond to our current environment and our current industry and our financial situation, we have to ask the question, how do we best approach this year's budget process? So we looked back to our 2.0 strategic plan, which highlighted the fact that we needed to try and increase our revenues by 4%, manage our expenses by 3%, also take into consideration of the fact that we've committed to add a new signature event year over year and continue down the path of developing our remaining acres commercially. Obviously, with every single budget comes risks, and there are several risks to Real's budget this year. Most notably, we have two of our labor negotiations coming up with IATSE and our WDSU. You know, 2022 showed low attendance levels to our events. However, we're hoping that there is full recovery in 2023 and 2024 to get us back to be profitable. But then again, 2022 is showing that attendance levels were down. As Tim just mentioned, a major stadium concert is imperative to the profitability of our organization, so there is a risk there, although there is one being planned for this year. As well as with inflation, rise in cost of borrowing, construction and commercial development is taking its time to return, but we're hopeful that it's going to continue. So in 2023 and 2024, we are being optimistic and we are hopeful that we will return to our traditional business. However, as Tim notes, and as I want to note again, there is risk to doing this. We are anticipating that we're going to be able to hit a 1.3% margin for 2023 based on all events and commercial development, and a 2.3% margin in 2024. There are variances to 2019. We use 2019 as a comparability for council, but there are variances that does acknowledge a year-over-year growth of 4% with a stretch that includes sponsorship opportunities with the naming rights to Canada Centre and Queensbury Convention Centre, as well as some cost savings and additional revenue generation with the contract we've entered into with Compass Canada. On the expense side, we've accounted for a 3% year-over-year growth with allowance for additional costs that relates to the new signature event, commercial development, as well as our employee benefits and wages with respect to cost of living and overall increases.
So to make formal, Real is formally requesting council to approve the issuance of a community grant in the value of $400,000 for 2023, and we commit to revisiting the need to request $400,000 in 2024. As you consider our request, I do just want to summarize. The impacts of COVID-19 on the business of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited was exceptional and fundamentally changed the operations and financial performance of the organization. and it remains unclear if this impact is short-term or more permanent. In 20 and 21, the access to subsidy programs, concurrently with the reduction in services, minimized the financial losses. In 2022, management of COVID-19 directly impacted Real in the first quarter, and the indirect impacts continue today. We had anticipated that 2022 would provide a return to pre-COVID-19 operations, and it has become evident that that is still an evolution. High margin aspects of the business operations at Real have been impacted by the national and international competitions in the tourism and hospitality space, the travel regulations in place to manage COVID-19, and event attendance that is 70% of 2019 average. In addition to revenue impacts, expenses are impacted related to cost of sales, cost of labor, cost of construction, and borrowing are materially impacting the strategic and operating plans of the organization. The business of Real is traditionally highly predictable, and it has generated modest returns from operations and has done so for a long period of time. In 2022, the business model has not returned to traditional norms, and the tightening of margins on earnings from the positive elements of the business and pressure on cost recovery elements of the business. To support our ongoing mandate, it will be critical that Real and the City of Regina work collaboratively to balance immediate financial pressures against service expectations and understand the potential long-term impacts.
In closing, Mr. Chair, we want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. We also want to thank you for your ongoing support and leadership through these most difficult times. We maintain our commitment to continue to lead Real in a fiscally responsible manner while providing our guests and the community the events and services they have come to rely on in a time where they need it the most. We'd be delighted to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee members for the delegation? Councillor Nelson.
It's a quick question. When you talked about the two events that were canceled, can you tell us why they were canceled, through the chair?
Through the chair, I certainly can. In both scenarios, they were international artists. In both scenarios, at the time of those events, they would have been required to quarantine for 2 weeks, and they weren't prepared to do so. And so one of them, they were both deferred to 2023. One of them has been lost to another city. The other one remains on the books for 2023 in August, I believe.
Okay, I just wanted all of the public to know that, because, yeah, that was important. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. You don't have to answer this now, but I was wondering if you could provide council with a summary of the effect if we cut the $400,000 grant down to $200,000 and zero. So what would that look like? And if you're going to provide a report between now and the budget, as much detail as possible. Is that possible, Mr. Reid?
Through the chair, I can actually answer that right now if you'd like, and we can give you a report. So part of it would require alignment with you as our owners, because the aspects of our business that have the most impact are the ones that don't make any money. And so if you look at our business today, hockey arenas, soccer facilities, the International Trade Center, and Canada Sport Barn are the ones that don't make any money. And so for us to cut, unless you said find it somewhere else, we would likely to go to the programming elements that are the ones that are the lowest cost recovery. So it would probably impact summer ice first. And my belief is by managing summer ice levels, we'd be able to respond to a $400,000 reduction. So at $400,000, our plan in place is manage summer ice levels. Frankly, it's the lowest margin and highest cost that we have right now.
Okay, thank you. If I could, through the chair, push that a bit further, how might a reduction or a 100% cut affect indoor skating, pickleball, the repurposing of facilities? Is that where that revenue would go to?
Through the chair, it absolutely does. I want to be clear, $400,000 is less than 1% of our cost recovery, so it's not a significant dollar. And I think we'd have to be aligned, because if we were to take initiatives away, you would probably pick them up in your recreational bucket somewhere else. And so there is an alignment between those two. So to answer specifically, yes, we would absolutely go after the recreational elements of our business. That wouldn't be that we would eliminate them. We may just close by an hour earlier than we had in the past. We would also look at labor, probably within our out-of-scope buckets, just to trim our overhead.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you need to go back to this slide or not, but in your projections now and into 2024, the operating costs of Mosaic are shown to go up significantly. Why is that?
Well, a couple questions. I can speak, first of all, to what we're seeing this year in trend, and then perhaps I can ask Ms. Engel just to speak to some of the specifics. I do believe part of it is just in the model that exists around the stadium. One of the items that we're seeing relative to events, and I'm going to speak to what we're seeing on the event side around both our core business and Mosaic. If you look at our core business, the Brand Center events that we host right now are down about 12% in attendance. And so that's not necessarily the frequency of the event, because they're down. Now, some of that is because of COVID. Some of that is because, you know, a member of the band of the Foo Fighters isn't here anymore. So some of that might have happened in a normal year. But if you look at the average decline in terms of event attendance, what we're seeing is we're down about 12% at the Brand Center. We're down about 16% at Mosaic Stadium events. And so part of it is Mosaic Stadium events are being impacted probably at a more significant level than we're seeing other initiatives. In addition to that, where we find our dollars is really on the food and beverage side, and it's creating a significant decrease as well. And so from a food and beverage standpoint, Mosaic Stadium is actually generating less of a loss. The Brand Center is more significant. Specifically, we see a 58% decrease in the revenue per square foot at Mosaic Stadium currently. Bulk of that is because of concerts. And across the rest of the campus, we see a 21% decrease. So it's honestly just a decrease in revenue because of activity.
Thank you. One of your charts, this was a bit of a surprise, showed that the Briar was probably the biggest impactful event. Put Garth Brooks to shame, didn't expect that. The Memorial Cup looked like a bit of a bust considering you put $250,000 into it and then get that money back. So if we're thinking about strategically tourism, event promotion, more curling, less superstars, where does this go?
I may actually answer this in a lens of this year because I think it is actually a great comment and I appreciate you recognizing it. If those of you, curling was my first event we did, and for those of you that were on council, you had a major weather event. And one of the opportunities that impacted us during that event is people actually couldn't get out of Regina for 5 days. So in the absence of being able to go somewhere warm, we all went to the Briar. And numbers were incredibly strong associated with that weather event. We're going to see part of that again, where we've based our Grey Cup performance on 2013. And there is a dynamic of when the local economy can participate, it really enhances our performance. And so the Briar was successful, not only because I think we're a very strong and competitive jurisdiction around curling, but on top of it, we somewhat trapped the local market. And in the absence of anything else, the Briar was just a home run because it was great entertainment. What I would say is if you compare that to Garth Brooks, what we had to add to that event in terms of convincing him to attend was probably more aggressive than anything else that we have done in the past relative to investment and giving a share of earnings in food and beverage and those things. Honestly, we need to do a major event. Briar is a great example. And we have to do a major summer concert every single year for our model to work. And I think if we do that, it flows $1 million to the bottom line and we go back to more traditional times. Okay. So in response, and hopefully I'm clear, I honestly think we need one of each to be successful.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's 3 data points and a question that comes from it. So the population to stadium seat ratio in Regina is 6-ish. Bigger centers have more, meaning there's more likelihood of more people in those cities being able to fill seats. We have an increase here in operating costs, a pretty substantial deferred maintenance deficit. All of this together tells me that we can't build more seat capacity, bigger arena complexes, baseball stadiums, and other event centers, and actually get people to sit in them. What are your thoughts about that?
It's a great question, and I think it's probably very relevant for these times. And I have no doubt that you'll see a great report coming forward in January on it. But what I would say is there's twofold. Garth Brooks doesn't come to Regina unless you have a stadium. And so Garth Brooks was $18 million in economic win. The Heritage Classic was about $95 million in economic win. Those are real inputs to our city. And we tested them for the first time where we actually got survey results. I think having facilities that are not necessarily bigger is a strong statement. Having facilities that are competitive is absolutely essential. Entertainers or events have more options than they have ever had before. And going back to that chart, they want to go to bigger cities because it just simply de-risks their pro forma. And so I would specifically answer, I don't know that we need to be bigger necessarily. I will say I think we need to be better if we desire to compete in those spaces.
Thank you. Final question regarding the labor market challenges. I think a lot of organizations regretted letting go a lot of their workers during COVID. And my sense here is they're not coming back. Is that an accurate statement?
Through the chair, and I believe I've said this before, if there was one thing that weighs heavily on me of the decisions we made through COVID-19, it's the one where we laid off 82% of our workforce. The cost of that decision, you can see in what we're experiencing today. Prior to COVID-19, we would have sat at about 1,300 employees, full and part-time. We have struggled to get above 800 employees. And that is consistent for us throughout the year. Although our events may not be delivering the margin that they once did, we still have to deliver them because they're still profitable. And so whether it's a Regina Pats or Saskatchewan Rough Riders or a Frost or a QCX, they're not doing perhaps what they would have done, but they are still contributing. From a workforce perspective, what we are running into is we are running into a challenge where that affects overtime. And, well, two things. There's corporate history, so we're training new people up as we're trying to recover and turn our business back on. But it additionally affects two things that I think are relevant. One is overtime, and the second one is sick time. From an overtime perspective, our 2022 numbers are up about 11% over 2019. And our sick time, I'm trying to find the number, and our sick time is materially up. I can confirm it afterwards, but it's in that 15 to 20%.
Yeah.
And what I will say is what's happening is very cyclical in our business. We drive everybody to deliver an event. Frankly, we burn a bunch of people out because we don't have them. They get sick or COVID-like symptoms. They stay at home, drives overtime, and then we do it again every time a new event comes forward. So to specifically answer your question, the cost of that decision continues to stick with us. Whether it was the right decision or not, I think I'll probably debate every time it gets asked. But the cost of not having labor is exceptional. And to be honest, we don't see it improving. If anything, in some ways, we see it getting worse.
Thank you. Certainly something to consider at the bargaining table. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanishuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I guess following up in terms of the attendance and how many seats per population, how many population per seat or however it works, is there also a factor that we're a small province and people will travel? Like, do you actually look at the larger catchment area when you're, because people will travel for major events, acts?
Through the chair, wonderful comment, and I would say we see that with our premium events. So if it's a Briar or a Garth Brooks or a Grey Cup, people will travel within the province. Where we are perhaps less competitive is when it's not a Tier 1 event. And so this weekend, Friday, we can all go check out Brian Adams. You can also go see him on Saturday in Saskatoon. And so where there is one event within the province, and we as Regina, frankly, outpace Saskatoon, the likelihood of travel is quite high. Where there's two events within the province, generally they draw from the north, we draw from the south, and our average participation in a non-Tier 1 event is less than 20% from out of our market.
20%.
So it's not insignificant
Yep.
on a 5,000 person concert,
Yep.
but we're not seeing massive attendance for those tier 2 events. For a tier 1 event, generally that range hits the 30 or 40% for a Briar or for a Garth Brooks.
Okay. Through the chair, I just know from past history that there's been some major acts that have come to Regina, and they might have planned one event, one night, and they get extended by 2 nights or something. I think that was with the Rolling Stones. That happened with Garth Brooks, I believe. It became 2 instead of 1 night. So what is it about that allows us, and can we build on that allows us to, extend the number of dates that a performer will give?
Through the chair, it's a great question, and what you've just described is what we consider the absolute perfect entertainment environment. There's nothing better than an artist going on sale and then selling out. So having sat on the phone with Garth Brooks when he went on sale, we went on sale for the first show. There was 90,000 people in the queue to purchase tickets for the second show, and as you recall, we went through a bit of a process to release those. Perfect scenario is what you just described. The challenge with it is there are very few artists on the planet that actually have the ability to sell 40,000 tickets, or in case of 2 shows, 80,000. You recognize one of them off the top. The Rolling Stones are one of those artists that they come to town. If they played 12 days, we would keep going. Heck, if they were here for 365, we might still be sending in the cold. There's probably 10 artists on the planet that have that drawing capacity. Coming back to the stadium, if those artists have the choice between a BC Place or a Commonwealth Stadium because they know they're going to fill it, those are more attractive facilities right now. So we have to be very competitive in our pricing.
So through the chair, just to kind of, I guess, just want to try to understand what happens in that process of attracting events, because Shania Twain has announced she's going to Saskatoon, so there's going to be a lot of people from Regina going up to Saskatoon. What happens how do you attract it is it when you know an artist is about to announce a touring, and you try to get in and early before it's even announced? Because I'm just trying to understand what is the process in terms of how you try to attract events, and do we have everything we need in order to do that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Maybe I'll provide a little bit of background in terms of how bookings work, and then I can talk about the need, because I actually think you've highlighted something that is fundamentally different coming out of COVID-19 that did not exist before. So what will happen with artists or routes, and I'll use Shania Twain because I think it's a great example. Shania Twain will recognize that she's going to do a national tour. She goes to Live Nation and they say, hey, we're going to buy 60 dates. We're going to run 60 venues, and then they start to route a tour across the country. We would have had a hold on our building for Shania Twain. And the reality of it is our building, when programmed for Shania Twain, will give you a number of seats, and our number of seats would have been 5,100 seats, just because she hangs a lot of stuff in the ceiling and there's a lot of production. When they go to the Sastel Center, they're now at 13,500 seats. And so on basic math, on an average ticket price for Shania, which I think is about $145, they just have more $145 seats to sell. And so our ability to be competitive in that situation is to say we'll discount the building, we'll give up our ticket fees, we'll give you free food, and so we cut the money that we would earn. And so process is the promoter essentially pits all the venues against each other. I'm going to use the big summer events because I think it's a really good example of where we get in, what has changed. Historically, the province and the city have been unwilling to invest money into attracting concerts. I don't think that's inconsistent with other jurisdictions. And so when we go to the province and say, hey, can we get a tourism grant to go get an artist? They say no. And I think that's echoed by the city. There's a concert that was announced, well, Luke Holmes was announced in Edmonton this year, and it was a show that was targeted for Mosaic Stadium. At the point where the decision was made, that facility was offered for free, and there was a $1 million grant that was used to entice them. We just simply didn't have those levers. And so bigger venue, better pricing, more subsidy. In some ways, I would say entertainment now is so important to recovering the tourism sector that cities are investing in entertainers the same way they once invested in Briars or major athletic bids. And so where we are falling short is we're a small venue that we still expect everybody to pay for. And as we'll talk about in tourism, we just can't write $1 million check the way other jurisdictions can. And right now, those jurisdictions that are trying really hard to re-energize their business are being incredibly aggressive. And you can see that across Canada with where entertainment's going. You know, Vancouver, Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, they're spending a lot of money to get back to where they were.
Okay, thank you for that. That actually really, that explanation is really helpful. Through the chair, just a couple of shorter questions now.
Councillor Stanek, Chuck, I've got a long speaking list here. Can
Okay.
I declare the speaking list and then get you to come back?
I can come back then, yeah. Okay.
Thanks very much, the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want you to revisit a comment you made. You said the square foot of the assets in terms, it was an equivalent to equal to the stadium. You were talking about debt. What were we talking about there?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I can be a little bit more specific. The total square footage of the stadium is 1,027,000 square feet. The total value of square footage of all of the other assets at Real is 1,021,000 square feet. And so the size of what we manage at the stadium footprint versus the size of what we manage on the rest of the district are almost the same. From an investment standpoint, we put $400,000 into the other assets at Real, and we put $4.4 million this year into the asset that is Mosaic Stadium. And so if you think about the value to value, both of them have maintenance funds, but the Mosaic Stadium plan is a plan. And I'm not discounting that. I think what we see on the other side is where we make money, we tend to dump it back in, which has created the deferred maintenance challenge that council is aware of. Hopefully that's clear.
Oh, no, that's math. That makes sense. You made a comment that hockey rinks don't make money. I think I heard a comment from from Councillor Stevens that, well, if arenas don't make money, we shouldn't have them. So if hockey rinks don't make money, should we have them?
Through the chair, I think it's a great question. It depends on the hockey rink. I assume as you go through this process of budgeting, you're going to recognize, I think you run 6 or 7 hockey rinks, and all of them will operate at a cost recovery. I'm not entirely sure what that number is, but you know, a well-run hockey rink is going to run somewhere at a cost recovery of 70 to 80%. A well-run pool is probably going to run at a cost recovery of 50%, and a well-run field house is going to be between 80 and 90% cost recovery. All of those are subsidized by funding because of recreational services. So our 6 arenas, which are the Cooperator Center, from a hockey perspective, a ringette perspective, a figure skating perspective, they lose money. When we convert it to Farm Show, or Agribition in a couple weeks, or Grey Cup, we use the square footage within those facilities as trade shows, and so they're actually quite profitable. So the sports side doesn't make money, as you will see in your own budget. Because we have the ability to generate trade shows in those facilities, that's what actually pays for them to be profitable. And so, second piece to that is the Brandt Center makes $850,000 a year. SaskTel Center, I think on their most recent numbers, make $3.6 million a year. And so, when I was at Rexall Place used to make just under $9 million a year in earnings. So, big arenas that are well-run, and I would be cautious because they're not all well-run, make money. Community arenas are generally cost recovery, and I think we're quite creative with the Cooperator Center and do some things that others just don't have the capability to do.
But let's back up for a second in COVID recovery. And the stats I have, I think, from the major economists in the country are saying that COVID recovery really doesn't hit until 2024. That kind of optimistically it's 2024 recovery, especially for hospitality and tourism. What does the city give you to run the rinks at Cooperators?
So beyond the $400,000 that we receive, what the city would give us is it's the same that they would give themselves, is they top up the recreational the youth hockey rates or the youth ice rates. And so Regina Minor Hockey or Regina Figure Skating, they pay a flat fee. The city of Regina tops that up. And so they do that with their own projects. You give us $400,000 and that's it. It's probably the answer.
How many rinks are operated outside of the real campus by the city?
I believe there's 7.
How much money do they get from the city general fund?
I don't know through the chair. I'm assuming it's a couple $1 million though.
I'll ask the city administration. Where I'm going with this is I'm using aquatic center as an example because at a 50% cost recovery basis, there's some talk about, like, should we even have pools in the city? Like, are they important? Is that something that you want to provide for quality of life? So if we put a pool on the campus of Real and didn't give you any money, what does it do to your bottom line?
So through the chair, leveraging the discussion around the aquatic center that's proposed, it would mean that we would see a reduction. I believe that facility projected a $5 million loss from operations. And so you would take an organization that is traditionally break even, you'd have a $5 million loss that we would have to offset from concerts and QCXs.
Which doesn't exist. Anyways, I do have more questions. I'm just going to ask one more, Chair, and then I'll cede the floor. A focus on EBITDA. Why EBITDA?
So this was a shift that we purposely implemented as an organization, and I think the reason behind that was we're the operating agency for you as City Council for those assets. And so our goal has always been to produce positive earnings from operations. The assets remain yours at all time and should be no different than your other assets. And so part of what we felt was there was a position that if it was over there, it was somewhat out of mind, and I think that would be fair. And so our focus on EBITDA was to facilitate this conversation that we're having today, that ultimately those assets are yours, and the deferred maintenance responsibility that exists is the City of Regina's, even though on an annual basis we might be making a little bit of money that we can put into maintenance. So the reason was to force a recognition that the assets that are on the Real District are owned by City Council.
Thank you. I'll cede the floor. I do have questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Findura.
I shut myself off. Back on again? There you go. Good to see you. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Yep, still morning. Question, first of a comment within the question is that a few years back we talked about what can you do or what can we do for you that you don't have to come here every year and asking for funds. And you've done some of those things. COVID has, I believe, interrupted that process. The question was asked, let's say a year or two from now. I mean, you don't have a crystal ball, but I think you have a good idea of where you could be. We won't see you. I'm anticipating we won't see you come and ask for an ask because you will be self-sufficient. Am I kind of correct of this kind of or the comment I'm making, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Reid?
Yeah, through the chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. Our goal was always to be self-sufficient, and I think we were working towards that, stepping down the grant programming that you'd give us from 400 to 300 to 200, and we were very much on pace. Part of that pace was dependent upon two things. One, figuring out the $2.6 million from the province of Saskatchewan, and number two, advancing commercial development. Those two, and those were initiatives that we had agreed collectively that we would apply some pressure on the province to find a way to continue that grant, and that you would give us the access to be able to develop the site. Both of those, I think, we have done collectively. Now, we don't have an answer on the $2.6 million, but it's certainly been raised at all the levels of government that needs to be there. The challenge that we've seen is, and I don't think this is unique to us, is the cost of borrowing and the cost of construction has suspended a lot of the commercial development that we've seen. So it doesn't mean that the leases aren't there, it doesn't mean that the letter of intent isn't there, but if you were planning to build a hotel prior to COVID-19, that math looks very different today than it might have looked like 4 years ago. And so what we haven't seen is a lot of people running away from land agreements with us. But what we have seen is we've seen people saying we need to hold this until we understand the cost of construction, because in most cases the feedback we're getting is it's about 30% higher than it was going into COVID-19. And we're also seeing the challenges around the cost of financing. So both of those, I would say, are the two elements that we committed to working together. Both of those are facing pressure because of COVID-19. Do I believe ultimately we'll get back to track? I do, but it won't resolve this ball and chain of the debt from COVID that we still have to pay back. And so what I would say, the most immediate issue that we have to work on together is how are we going to treat that debt? Because it is real. It affects not only our organization, it affects yours. We have to put a plan in place to resolve that.
Thanks very much. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Zakidniak online. Councillor Zakidniak?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. So one of the questions that I have for all the presenters today regarding the impacts of us approving a smaller budget than requested, that was already asked. But the remaining question that I do have is, can you just give us an overview of some of the ways that you have focused on internal efficiencies to reduce Real's expenses?
Thank you. Through the chair, great question. There's a couple significant changes that I think we have made that will drive improved efficiencies. Probably the largest one that I can speak to is over the course of the last year, we have entered a management agreement on food and beverages with Compass Canada, which is a global provider of food and beverage. They are the largest one on the globe. And they have committed to us not only an investment into the assets of up to $4 million, but they have also committed to us a guaranteed return on sales. And so from an efficiency standpoint, probably the biggest move that we've made is transitioning to a partner that has a 10-year strategy on holding margin. That shows an improvement on cost of goods, it shows improvement on labor, it also shows an improvement on bottom line. In addition to that, we've partnered with Greenwave, which is a local organization that works on the efficiency of basically the management of your assets. 2 years ago, we installed chips or modules on every piece of equipment that we had on the organization, and we've been able to see some significant reductions on the efficiency of our mechanical units. So whether that's, well, any of our utilities. And so although you'll see a lift on utilities, which part of that is just the cost of utilities themselves, second part of that, it was a cold winter, but we are seeing immediate savings on the cost of operations. The last piece that we are continuously working on, and honestly something that was more challenging in the past year, is just the efficiency around labor. And coming back to the comment about laying people off during COVID-19, our ability to see those efficiencies has been strained because of the lack of corporate knowledge or the turnover in corporate knowledge. And so I would say 3 buckets. 1 in food and beverage, second on cost of managing the utilities, and frankly just being more sustainable in our approach and more efficient, and then lastly just the cost of labor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we've now completed the first round of questioning. I have 3. Councillor Brashian, I'm sorry I missed you.
Sorry, I snuck back in, so apologize for that. I just want to say thank you for the work that Real does. I know there's been trying times with COVID, pandemic, concerts, that whole thing. When we talked about, and this questions might have been asked because I had to leave for a bit, but when we talk about the risks that you've indicated in the report, labor is one, and as you move into collective bargaining agreements. So with this ask, is that going to assist, or is that could be additional on top? What can you add to that?
Through the chair, the $400,000 that we're requesting is 100% margin. So it honestly is, with the exception of probably the provincial grant, between what you give us and what the province gives us, it is 100% margin. Our next probably most profitable arm of business is sponsorship, which is 90% margin because there's a cost of fulfillment. To answer your question, this will absolutely help with those negotiations. And I do believe we are in a place where in those negotiations we have to be competitive in Western Canada. There are options for people that are great ice makers or great electricians, and there's going to be more of them going forward. And so certainly, I think this $400,000 allows us to negotiate from a position of reasonability, and I think actually competitiveness. We have wonderful members of our team, whether they're in scope or out. All of them are facing the pressures that every other citizen in Regina is around the cost of living, and I have no doubt that those will be challenging negotiations. So, in short, yes, this will absolutely help us in that perspective.
Okay.
And no, I don't believe we'll have to come back, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the, you talk about, another risk is the cash flow challenges. And it indicates in here, some restructuring of the debt. Can you just elaborate on what you're looking at that?
Absolutely, through the chair. Excellent question. So, from an organizational perspective, we have a number of debt facilities that you as City Council have approved. One of those debt facilities is relative to food and beverage equipment and food and beverage space at Mosaic Stadium. And so if you think back to the Mosaic Stadium agreement, there was a partnership that was established between the City of Regina and Real, where we would invest in the development of the food and beverage spaces for the rights to operate Mosaic Stadium. And the investment was about $15 million lump sum. And ultimately, it paid for a piece of the stadium. In exchange for that, we would recover based on doing Garth Brooks concerts and Riders games and those types of things. And so over the course of the last 3 years, where we have shown no earnings, we've continued to pay down those facilities. And so we're paying debt with debt is probably the right way of saying it. And, you know, on average, we pay down about $1.5 million annually. And so if you add that up, it's significantly impacting our cash flow abilities. So there is term loans that have been paid down. I think ultimately our request is, can we reposition the terms on those so that we can access that until we start to see recovery. And so there's some loans sitting there that we can't access. We'd like the rights to do so. I don't think it would affect the borrowing abilities of the city, but we'd have to confirm that with city administration.
Okay. And I guess just one of the things in the pandemic, Real, of course, came up to host as well as the drive-through, first in Canada to do that. But also, was there costs that were incurred by doing that kind of Real had to kind of consume because of COVID?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. To be honest, the early management of the SHA drive-through vaccinations had a cost associated with it. It was relatively nominal. $100,000 would be probably more than enough to cover it. However, once it became a standard of service for this SHA, it actually became a fairly significant revenue source for us. And so I can say the province of Saskatchewan fully paid for every service that they had at market rates. It was a bit of a moving scale, and so although early on there was a cost, net, doing that actually not only employed a whole lot of staff, it also drove a bottom line for us. So it was positive. The biggest impact of COVID-19, I would say, to our cost of business, two aspects. One is cleaning. You'll see a lift of about 5 to 7% in cleaning, and simply that was just a cleaning standard within our buildings. And then the second one was vaccination and vaccination passes and checking at the gates. As a building that has so many entrances, there was a cost of doing that to us that you'll see in the documents. But
Okay.
those were the two impacts.
Okay, great. And just, I guess the last question is, with this 400,000 moving forward, obviously there's still going to be other things that you're going to be doing as far as land development, continuing all that, offering, obviously trying to get more concerts, those kinds of things. But the 400,000 that you're asking for is there to spin off to cover ongoing costs that you need, or?
Through the chair, it is a direct grant for operations associated with the operations of the Real District. So it's really to cover the losses that we don't anticipate that we'll be able to service ourselves.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. We're on now into the second round. I'm conscious of time. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Chair, I'll combine a question. They're both about two line items that I noticed. in the report, and that is the cost of the Arena Committee, $250,000, and Frost, $590,000. First of all, just sort of like if you could explain some of the costs involved in the Arena Committee. And then with Frost, it's extremely popular, and I'm not gonna, I think that people are really looking forward to it coming back, but are there any ways of reducing some of the costs of Frost this year?
Through the chair, wonderful questions and acknowledging both our material notes. The cost of the Arena Committee was about $125,000 for each of the 2 studies that were done. And so that was over a number of years, about the last 3 years, to be honest. And so the first phase and the second phase, they were outlined in detail in the documents, but it was simply the cost of doing the work of those 2 committees. And that was no labor cost, that was just the work from an engineering study to the engineering studies on the existing building, the architectural studies on the existing building, the engineering studies on alternative sites, architectural studies, as well as the cost of economic impact assessment, site surveying, and those things. So basically, it was just the cost of coming up with the plans that we've submitted to you. There was 2 sections to that. They were about $125,000 each, as I recall. Second piece was relative to Frost. You know, Frost has a delta of about $500,000. Iceville has a delta of about $100,000. You will notice that this year we will not be proceeding with Iceville because it just simply didn't have the revenue side that it would have. In year 1, it was quite successful. In year 2, it was less successful. We always said that if it didn't pay for itself, we would stop doing it. And so we've already taken that action. Relative to Frost, the most significant impact to Frost was the inability to put a title sponsor in place. And part of that was not because it's not a great event. In fact, I'm quite confident that that will resolve itself. We have a number of great partners already coming to the table. Nobody wanted to do it when Omicron was at its peak. And so if you think back to where Frost was happening, Omicron was a significant issue. In fact, I think we just finished Frost and then we started to shut down amenities because of the level of risk. And so we couldn't get a corporate partner at that time to put their name on Frost because of the potential risk. That was a $250,000 touch point. And so 50% of that number was just the inability to do it. The other 50% was really just the cost of the unexpected costs. So part of it was, if you remember, we had that freeze thaw halfway through it. To be able to get everything back to condition, there was a significant cost associated with that. And so we as REAL managed the budget. So even though there was 4 other districts that were part of that, and they all had a role to play, we as REAL were kind of the keepers of the budget, and that loss we agreed that we would keep within REAL, because to be honest, we were the only profit sector or potential profit sector within that. So going into this year, we do believe that Frost will be a break even. I think it's on track to do that. And so 2 elements generated that loss. One was sponsorship. The second one was that freeze thaw that I just think we were, honestly, I don't know that we didn't know how to deal with that until it arrived. And this event, I believe, will be very similar to Queen City X. It'll be profitable for folks and a great citywide activation. It's just in its first year, and we have to, and so it will take some time to recover. But those were the uniquenesses of that. And I think they're both reasonable explanations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanchuk. Finally, the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You used language rights to operate Mosaic Stadium, and there was a deal done on kitchen equipment to get F&B. In terms of the rights to operate, what kind of income do you receive, net income do you receive on the rights to operate Mosaic Stadium, aside from the privilege of operating food and beverage?
And Roberta, you can back this up, but everything that we receive there is on a cost recovery basis. So essentially, we submit our expenses for operating the facility, and the city of Regina offsets them. So it's net neutral. We do have the opportunity in concerts and major events. So when we host a Garth Brooks, as you've seen, those are quite lucrative for us. And with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, generally there's about $25,000 a game in earnings.
I'm going to go back to this just for 1 second. The rights to operate, it's net neutral. Do you charge back any overhead corporate office to that right?
There's a fixed fee within that document that was assembled about 5 years ago. We haven't revisited it, is my understanding. So yes, we charge back, I want to say what's the value per game? Oh. So on the net, on the overhead cost?
Yeah, on the O&M agreement, there is no overhead charged back through to the O&M agreement to the city, which is in the contract at 3.6 million. On a game, there is an overhead charge to the riders for management oversight.
Yeah, so we charge the riders for overhead, we don't charge the city for overhead.
Could you go out into the private world and hire anybody to agree to those terms?
I would say not likely.
There's some discussion about the difference, and I just want to highlight this, the difference between bottom line to real and economic impact to the city. And I think you touched upon this a little bit, because there was the question of the bottom line to real on a Briar was significant, bottom line on a concert less so significant. Economic impact to the city is what?
Yeah, so through the chair, I think they are two separate channels, but I think they're both important. I'll use three examples to speak to them because I'm familiar with them. One of them current. Garth Brooks was $18 million of economic impact to the city. So hotels, restaurant, people buying running shoes while they're in town. It was $700,000 in earnings for real. And so when we talk about earnings or our EBITDA, you can see in the document it was $700,000. When we did the study on what the economic impact of Garth Brooks was, it came in at $18.9 million for the city of Regina. So a lot of what we do, we don't necessarily recognize the bottom line, but it does support organizations that frankly pay taxes, fill hotels, and drive taxis. To your conversation on the Briar, or your question on the Briar, I can't remember exactly what the economic development is, but I know that we have it. If we were to use an example of going into a Grey Cup, I think Grey Cup's economic impact has been rated at somewhere around $90 million for the province of Saskatchewan. I think it's about $70 million for the city of Regina. You know, our position on that would be about a $650,000 win if it delivers the results that we were anticipating. So we make 600, it drives an economic output. It's really based on what the event would be. Grey Cup would be 90 million, Garth Brooks would be 20.
Thank you. Through the chair, a really quick question. Luke Combs, $1 million free venue and $1 million investment into the tour. It was bought essentially. Who wrote that check?
I think it was a combination of the venue, the city, and Tourism Alberta.
Thank you. I'm going to come back one more time. How much does the city compensate the Exhibition Association for running the recreational rinks?
$400,000 is the annual compensation. The rinks represent about a third of the property that we manage.
How much economic impact do those rinks give to the city of Regina?
I'd have to validate. I'm going from memory. I want to say about $200 million of economic impact is the number. And so of our activation, of our 3.6 million visitors that we see on our district, 2.4 million of those are recreational in nature. The bulk of that is through the Cooperator Center. For anybody that spends time there, we actually can't deliver another hockey tournament because we're full. And so we're full every weekend, and it is probably one of the most significant economic drivers of tourism in our city. We just don't talk about it all the time because we somewhat take it for granted. So it was a great investment that makes us remarkably competitive and frankly fills hotels every single weekend. And so I will get you that number. I think it's around $200 million associated with sport tourism from our grounds.
I'll leave it be for now. I'll come back to this. I feel like we're arguing about the wrong thing. Like I feel like this ask of a $400,000 in air quote grant is a misstatement of the ask. How about we just invest in your hockey rinks to the same level that we invest in the city-operated rinks? And I'm just going to suggest, because I would love to know the economic impact of the rest of the rinks, and I believe in all of them, that's not the issue here, but it would seem to me the organization coming for margin when you're operating something that the city already contributes to if it's off of your campus as opposed to on your campus, like it seems like the wrong ask. Just ask us to contribute to your rinks at the same level we contribute to our own rinks from an operational standpoint. If they don't make money for you, And again, you get to utilize the space and reinvest back, because it seems to me that we're kind of talking out of both sides of our face here. We're saying, we want you to make money, we don't want to give you anything, and we attach the civic assets onto your balance sheet and have no responsibility for the deferred maintenance. So we won't give you any money to subsidize what we subsidize for our own operated, although we own all the rinks. But I'm getting to a question, I swear to God. Are we having the wrong conversation here? I'm just going to note that I just made Tim Reed speechless.
Yeah. So, through the chair, I'm worried that Kathy's going to poke me with a sharp object. I think part of the reason that REAL exists is to be entrepreneurial in nature. We've always held ourselves accountable to that standard. And to be honest, in many ways, I think we've done a good job of it. So, to your question, I think it would be great to say, hey, fund the arenas to the same number. I think the only reason that we are here is because COVID-19 has literally beat the crap out of our business. And we're here to be clear with you that we are managing through recovery. I would hate to go to work every day going, we're going to come and look for a handout from City Council. I believe it's going to take us some time to get back there, and we're working closely with Mr. Lacey, who I don't know that he doesn't believe the same thing. But I think as an organization, fundamentally, we're here to be entrepreneurial. And otherwise, we should just let you run the rings, because you have a team that does it right now. So I don't want to minimize. I appreciate the comment. I would hate to go to work trying not to break even. It's not the organization that I believe that you've asked us to build. And frankly, I think it's an organization that allows us to do many things on your behalf. Just right now, we're struggling with recovery, and to your comment, I think it's going to take time. And so in that time, we're going to need your help. I don't think I answered your question, but hopefully.
No, that's fine, that's fine. A couple more questions through the chair. Fine. Is there an industry standard or an accounting standard for what is a reasonable investment each year as a percentage of assets? I'm talking about maintenance, R&M and capital investment. What should you be investing every year? Like, is there an industry or an accounting standard for this?
Through the chair, there is. It's a bit different depending on the assets. I'm sure with Mr. Lacey, we could let you know, but it's 3 to 5% is probably reasonable.
Can you achieve 3 to 5% continued investment in the R&M or capital of the civic assets that you have?
We currently cannot.
All right. Yeah. Actually, I think my final question on this one, I get another chance at this at council. What's happening across North America? Have you looked at kind of cities similar in size to ours?
Through the chair, relative to what's happening in our industry or organizations similar to us?
Yeah, similar. I know there's not a lot similar to.
Through the chair, it's a great question. I would say the most comparable agencies to ourselves in Western Canada that we've looked at would be Explore Edmonton, the Calgary Stampede, and the P&E in Vancouver. In each one of those scenarios, their position is almost identical to ours. And they're receiving funding that is either coming from the municipality or the provincial government. In Alberta's case, has invested heavily. And in the P&E's case, they have a significant reserve that was associated with building a new NHL rink that they are drawing down from. And so what I would say is, what we're experiencing, I don't think is uncommon. In fact, it's almost exactly the same story in other cities. They're managing them uniquely. I would say in Alberta, they're taking one approach, and BC, they're taking an approach, and I think we're trying to figure that out.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Nelson, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to ask your question. Mr. Reid, you've got 30 seconds to answer it. We're going to go have lunch, and we're going to be back at 12:30. Go for it.
Can I have more than 30 seconds
No.
after we get back from lunch?
No.
Wow. I could do it? Okay. So just to kind of follow up from the mayor's questions, we talked about your cost of overtime and the cost of sick time. You're down from 1,300 employees to 800 employees, because this is the thing. What are you guys doing to help lower this 11% and 18% Is there much you can do right now? What are you doing right now for this? Is there a plan in the future to do something about this? Through the chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the immediate response is we end up outsourcing, which is not what we want to do or frankly what anybody else wants to do, so we go to third parties. We are also working with SAS Polytech and we're working with the U of R to be able to find recruitment, primarily from the HK side of things, Human Kinetics, sorry, at the U of R and through SAS Poly on the trade side. And so we have programs where we're bringing students in and we're working with them. So we've launched new programs with both institutions to help recruit.
Can I have another question?
No, we're going to adjourn. We'll be back here at 12:35. We've got a big day. Mr. Nichols told me he's not prepared to order breakfast, so half an hour and we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
busy afternoon. We have to finish with tourism, the Regina Public Library, the Provincial Capital Commission. We've got a motion from the clerk's office on procedure, several other matters, and a private agenda. So I just ask everybody to be mindful of time. Councillor Shaw, can you ask your question quickly, because I want to move on here.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Mr. Reid, can you answer quickly so we can move on? Thank you.
A question, we're talking about the funding, the $2.6 million from the province. Has that ever gone up or gone down in years or future years? Is that a request, is that an ask, is that anything around that, through the chair?
Through the chair, the 2.6 is a 30-year agreement with the province relative to the closing of the casino on our grounds that will expire in 2027. So no, it does not go up or down. However, we have formally requested from the province that they consider the extension of that, and so that's been done in writing and in meetings on behalf of Real to the province.
Thank you. So just a question with the arenas and the costs going into that. This is something that I've often wondered, and I just maybe make it clear from the mayor's, the funding that goes into any of the arenas and the things like that, is it comparable to what we fund other arenas outside of the Real District through the chair?
Through the chair, and I'll maybe just put your administration on notice. There's essentially two buckets of funding associated with arenas. There's one which is on an hour of ice rental. If an hour of ice rental is rented by Regina Minor Hockey or Regina Minor Figure Skating, the city of Regina tops that number up to be market standard. I believe that's the same at the Cooperative Center or at any of the city rinks. And so part of the investment that you make as council is allowing affordability for youth pricing around access to ice rinks. In addition to that, we receive $400,000 for all amenities on the Real District. In your recreational master plan or your recreational budget, I believe you fund each of your arenas individually. So on the programming side, I think it is apples to apples, whether it's at Real or within city facilities. At a city arena, I think you fund that to operate. At Real District, we expect it to be funded from operations on the grounds.
Right, so just to follow up from that, so when the kids are coming to the cooperatives for all their activities or whatever, and then they're going to other organizations, no, as a mom, I'm going back to when my kids were in activities, so I got charged $500 a month for their pool time to be in the swimming lesson. But then if I went somewhere else, I was only charged $400. Is there a difference in that, it goes to the parents or to the families through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe it's standardized.
Okay.
And so it's standardized because of the investment from the city of Regina. Just relative to youth,
Yeah.
if you were in another degree of hockey, adult hockey or men's league
Yeah.
or women's league, that might be different based on the facility, but for youth, it's standardized.
Okay, thank you. That helps clear up a lot. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I see no further questions. Mr. Morski, Mr. Reid, Ms. Warner, Ms. Ingles, thank you very much for your patience, your presentation, and for answering questions. You may return to the gallery, and I'll call on Ms. Stone, who will make a presentation with respect to tourism. We'll have questions, and then we'll take this budget to the administration. Ms. Stone, can you identify yourself, who you represent, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation, maybe a little more, and then there'll be an opportunity to ask questions.
Okay, I will lead the presentation to start with.
Go ahead.
As you know, my name is Wayne Morski, and with me today is Tim Reid, our President and CEO. Also with us today is Ms. Ashley Stone, Director of Destination Experience for Tourism Regina. I have the good fortune of acting as the chair of Real, and as such, with the changes to the UMA in June of 2022, I additionally have the privilege of representing the multi-year budget for Tourism Regina. 2022 has been a year of managing changes within two municipal corporations, both owned by the City of Regina.
I would like to acknowledge the leadership of Tina Svidel, of the Chair of Economic Development, and Chris Lane, CEO of EDR, and the true spirit of collaboration and coordination that has existed between our two organizations in 2022. It's never easy to manage the transition of responsibilities between organizations, and is even more challenging to manage the people impacted by those transitions. With the presentation of this budget document, we hope to share some of our learnings from this transition and confirm that the direction provided by Regina City Council in June of 2022 has been actioned and is successfully completed. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the team, I'd like to submit this 2023 and 2024 budget submission for the consideration of City Council. Ashley?
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add, Ms. Stone?
Yes, thank you. Can you go back one? So going on that, and leading with the challenges with the organizational changes, there are, our team itself is comprised of Tim, myself, the Director of Destination Experience, and Tyler Lloyd, who's currently at a sales mission in Edmonton for sport. And then we also have 2 additional staff that have come over from the Economic Development Tourism Regina change, and we have hired 1 additional support on the social media and frontline marketing experiences that we promote in the destination. So moving on to the changes. Change is not anything new in Tourism Regina. I've been with the organization for 5 years now, and it is the only constant within the industry, and it's going on further throughout the destination marketing organization. In 2013, ROC, or Regina Regional Opportunities Commission, marketed tourism under the name Tourism Regina and had that designation placed upon it. In 2016, Economic Development became the new Economic Development Agency name, replacing our ROC, or ROC. And then in June 2022, the recent changes to REAL's UMA have given REAL the ability to operate and coordinate tourism effectively immediately. As such, the budget request presentations will share learnings from these processes and suggest financial operational plan forward. Decoupling these organizations in June 2022 has not only improved the structural alignment between the 2 municipal corporations, but given us focus to be able to move forward in an aligned effort. Clear measures of success, economies of scale, aligned governance, aligned leadership and accountability, and a citywide approach have been the focus of our organization since this change. Tim?
Wanted to draw your attention to this slide because I believe it's consistent with what you have seen from the presentation from Economic Development. As Mr. Lane had previously referenced, the core funding around economic development sits at about $1.275 million. We traditionally sit at $610,000, which gets us to the $1.8 million that you're seeing on the top line. There's some other factors within this, but I do believe Cole's notes are 1.3 million associated with economic development, about 600,000 associated with tourism in our city. What's important to recognize in this, in terms of city core funding, you have seen growth in terms of what the overall investment into economic development has been. A significant portion of that growth has been the management of COVID-19. From a noteworthy finding standpoint, I think it's also important to recognize that the impacts of COVID-19 on the hospitality sector has been significant. Where historically we've seen growth in the investment from the Destination Marketing Fund or Regina Hotel Association, with the impacts of COVID-19 on occupancy within hotels, the truth of the matter is they just don't have the funds to spend that they might have in the past. Although we've seen consistent, strong working relationships with Regina Hotel Association, you'll note that one of the variances is in the investment from the hotel sector. In 2020, there was $579,000 invested in tourism from the Hotel Association. That number has changed considerably through COVID-19, expectedly so. However, with that change, it has also not provided great forward planning, and their budget cycle is on an annual investment. You'll note in 2020, and I think this is important based on the presentations of REAL, this is the point where we started to stop spending on tourism. Essentially, as COVID was in its thick, we stopped advertising ourselves as a place to be. The reality of that is that's probably not bad decision-making in the middle of a global pandemic. However, as we talked about with the REAL hat on, as other jurisdictions are starting to turn on, we are literally actualizing a restart of the business of tourism. So what's the current situation? I think this is important that we're clear on. Regina Tourism receives $610,000 from the municipality, from you, in annual funding. Over the course of the last 2 years, or last year, we received $300,000 in special recovery funds. Within the tourism budget at any point, there was a number around alternative funding that was $715,000. So wherever you get that money from, it doesn't really matter, but you're supposed to go out and find $715,000. At the time of transition of tourism from the Authority of Economic Development to REAL, there was $58,000 in funds raised. I think this is incredibly important because although the top line number looked really good, there was $58,000 that actually moved over. Staffing costs at that time is $770,000, and there was a reserve fund of $300,000. In short, the commentary that many of you have heard in the public of why is it that tourism doesn't actually do anything? It's because tourism actually doesn't have any money to do anything. We have people, so we do studies, we do Twitter, and we do Facebook, we do social media, but we do not have the funds available to do some of the things you may like. Actually, in the interest of time, maybe what I'll do is I'll leave these with council in terms of the outputs that we've worked towards. Happy to take any questions. What I do want to do is I want to jump into the competitive framework. As we talked about, we are competing not only in Western Canada, but across the nation and across the world. What we did is we did some work on baseline expectations in other jurisdictions. Our sense was, where do we compete? Well, we compete in Edmonton, we compete in Saskatoon, we compete in Halifax, Calgary, and Winnipeg. These were agencies that were willing to share with us where they sit today. What we did is we broke down the funding sources from municipal funding, from alternative funds, from staffing, and per population. Very similar to what we did with the seating ratio. We talked about how many dollars are there per person in our community and how many staff are there. The next slide gives you some averages, and I think this is important to note. The average is 20 staff members in a tourism organization across Canada. Some are bigger and some are smaller. $5.8 million in annual budget. My belief is for tourism to be successful, we have to find a way to get to $3 million of budget. And I'm not suggesting that needs to come from you. What I'm suggesting is if you look at your funding, it is comparable to Saskatoon, or it is comparable to Halifax. Where we fall short as tourism is finding funding from other sources. From a municipal standpoint, this grid outlines essentially the investment. You can see the cities that invest heavily in their tourism agencies, and you can see some that don't do the same. We would certainly be in the lower half of this. But I will stress that our shortfalls on our ability to do work as tourism is not as easily as saying you don't give us enough money. Yes, you probably don't give us as much money as we would need to be sustainable. However, the problem is more significant than that, and the fact that we are not finding other sources of revenue to the same competitive standard as other jurisdictions. In terms of our total funding, I think this highlights the gap that we face as an organization. From a city's perspective, yes, there's funding issues. However, overall, we were woefully underfunded as an organization. It is our belief that the path forward requires that we achieve roughly $3 million to $3.5 million in funding from all sources to be competitive in the tourism segment. With that being said, we've come up with a couple outcomes and respectful of time. As we traditionally do, we think there are 4 options for you to consider as you evaluate tourism. Number 1, do nothing. Keep us the same as we are, invest in us the way that we are, but expect reasonable outcomes and understand that there is not a lot of money in the agency. Number 2, fund them. Find a way through funding through the city or alternative agencies to be able to get tourism to compete the way you would like. Number 3, recognize there's not enough money in the bucket to actually compete, so wind down tourism and redirect those funds to another cause. Or number 4, consider aligning this agency with an arm of the city and integrate for efficiency. I know that some of those are fairly striking outcomes, but we felt it was reasonable to present them. At $610,000, we will not compete the way you will like us to. So what are we asking for you this year? What we're asking from you this year is the ability to find us some time. What we're asking is for you to retain the $600,000 in base funding and to maintain the $300,000 in COVID recovery fund. As we've heard in previous presentations, we are not recovered from COVID right now. And the truth of the matter is we need time to be able to find other sources of funding. I do believe as a city we need to compete in the tourism space. I think it is important to our economy. At this time, you are our best avenue to find space. What we're proposing is that the City of Regina maintain their $610,000 in funding. They maintain the $300,000 that they had in prior years. In exchange for that, we commit to going out and finding $450,000 in funding in addition to that base grant. Over the next few years, we maintain our staff levels. In fact, we reduce them. Those savings are reinvested into marketing initiatives, and essentially we build to a more sustainable plan. Our ask of you today is $610,000 in municipal grant funding is maintained. This is consistent with prior funding, and that the $300,000 that was available for COVID-19 recovery is maintained for 23 and 24. We thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Chair, in respect to time, I'm going to start my closing comments and just thank you for the opportunity before we open the floor.
The questions, but I think it's really important to note that we are falling behind the pace of national competition. And if we can't compete nationally, we will struggle to be successful within our nation and certainly on a global stage. The value of tourism is very important as we come out of COVID. Thank you, and we'll now open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question: in the comparative charts, the other jurisdictions have a destination marketing fee. For Regina, there's an asterisk to be determined. Can you explain that, sorry? To the Chair.
Through the chair, thank you for that. So there's two organizations somewhat, and I think language is important. The Destination Marketing Organization, or the DMO, which would essentially be tourism in this scenario, and the Destination Marketing Fund. In our city, we don't have a bylaw fund like other jurisdictions. We have an agreement between our hoteliers where they will apply a levy. That levy is then used for initiatives within the city. And so I'll be specific to draw our attention back one slide. Oh, maybe I broke it. Within your package, you will see the investment from the Destination Marketing Fund. I think I may have broken your remote, which is under noteworthy findings, and it's the green index that is included. Oh, thank you. In the past, the Destination Marketing Fund has been up to $579,000 in 2020. This would be direct investment from Regina Hotel Association.
Okay.
In 2022 and beyond, and part of this is just given the impacts that have happened in the hotel sector, we don't have confirmation of what that investment will be. However, we are anticipating that we'll find $300,000 in our budget. And so where other cities and other jurisdictions would be good examples of this, where there is a destination marketing fund within that jurisdiction, ours is based on an application to a funding partner.
Okay, yes, I understand that. Thank you. And through the chair, just another question. In the comparators, and that's the right chart that was just up, there was comparing to Saskatoon, they have 14 staff versus 4 in Regina. Is that an apples to apples comparison, or does the Saskatoon staff do other things beyond what Tourism Regina staff would do?
Through the chair, great question. It is an apples to apples comparison with one, I would say, difference, and it is noted in the destination marketing fee. The tourism team at Discover Saskatoon has a role in operating the destination marketing fund as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Councillor Stevens.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of curious if we're thinking about the role of Tourism Regina and how we spend money to bring people here. In your opinion, what's more impactful, investing in promoting stuff that's happening, or instead spending money on stuff to actually do, and that could potentially speak for itself and draw people to the community?
Through the chair, I think it's a great question. I think we are competitive in a handful of spaces. I don't think we are a leisure market destination. And I've said this to somewhat the offense of some people that call here home. I think if you got Paris or Regina, you're taking Paris. I think that's just the fact. I think people come here for family and they come here for purpose, whether that's business purpose or, frankly, event purpose. And so I think we are an event-driven tourism market. We are not a leisure destination. because of that, I think we have to spend with purpose. The second component to that, I think, ties into some of the messaging from Economic Development Regina today. We are also a place that need to attract skilled labor. We need to attract families to call Regina home. And so as much as I believe from a tourism side we should invest in things that drive direct economic impact, I think there is also a component to this that we have to compete nationally to tell people Regina is a great place to call home. If you think of the messaging that you would see about other communities, it is often in the tourism realm. And the example that I always use is, I don't know how many times we've seen a bed sheet on a laundry line in Newfoundland. And I don't know why that makes us think Newfoundland's great, but it is. And we all recognize it. And so I think, to answer your question, I think we should spend on things that give us direct return, but I think we should also be very aware that other jurisdictions in Canada are telling their story using tourism dollars, and we just don't have any tourism dollars to spend.
If we could follow up with that. So if I see this as an investment, how do you measure the return on that investment? And what's that spending point where it actually makes an impact? So it seems like historically we're spending a little, we're not making a great splash. Do you have to reach a certain threshold before any of that money actually matters?
Through the chair, if I think I understand the question, I think you do. I think if we look at the other cities that we would compare ourselves to, and I think cities that we would say we would like to emulate or compete with, you know, I think you have to spend that $3 to $3.5 million bucks. Ultimately, how you spend that can be specific to your marketplace. How you measure it, I think we can be significantly more effective with. I think there's an element of this that is economic development driven, but I would suggest right now, if I was to say to City Council, what's the occupancy rate in a hotel in Regina, we probably don't know. We get that data on a weekly basis, and actually, I think you should know. If I was to say, how many flight visits do we have coming through the Regina Airport right now? I'm not sure that most of you would know. If we were talking about the economic impact of the hockey tournaments that we hosted this weekend, we wouldn't know. And so I think to that comment, I think our dashboards need to be exceptionally more precise. And frankly, I think you as City Council need to be aware of them, because I think it tells the story of success or failure.
Can I ask, how do you propose engaging with local places and spaces? So for instance, there was an effort to promote certain communities and not to attract people from elsewhere, but actually just inform residents. So where do you find that balance between let's bring people to Regina for something versus let's tell a story, especially if we're thinking about catalyzing investment in certain neighborhoods? What role do you play in doing that?
I may ask Ashley to provide some comments and then I can summarize.
Through the chair, that's a great question. That's the tricky balance with tourism, and it is through every other destination across Canada and the world, is understanding how that balance is between our mandate of those visitors 50 kilometers beyond and that local resident sentiment, pride of place. So when we look at that and finding that balance, we understand that when we have our local pride of place, that is number one, word of mouth. And so we're partnering with organizations like Tony from the Chamber of Commerce, Judith with Regina Downtown, Warehouse District, and Regina Hotels Association to create actually a partnership to share that information so that locals and residents can both be on the know as to what's going on in our destination. We are kind of that house for information when it comes to an event calendar, all of those kinds of things in our city. But when it comes to those active, I'm sitting at the hockey arena trying to understand what's going on while my son's playing hockey and I'm cold and I want a drink and a cheeseburger, you can scan something that's coming up here in January 2023 and it'll take you exactly to those answers that you have while sitting at the destination. So those partnerships with our community partners who house that information, who already have memberships, we are relying on them to give that to us to kind of be that caveat between the local and the visitor coming in and finding that balance. And it is something that's ever challenging and ongoing.
Just to be specific, and I want to be clear with this, our focus is, the definition of a visitor is for someone 50 kilometers or more away. And I think that is essential for us to understand. I don't believe it is the role of tourism to promote. The role of tourism is to promote connecting the visitor, people from 50 kilometers away, with local business. And I think that's been essential in our discussion. And so how do we make sure that those coming to our city can spend as much money as possible in the businesses and with the entrepreneurs that exist here? And I think we've got some plans on, I think we've got some good ideas how to do that and some agreements in place. But it starts with saying the visitor, tourism's job starts when you drive 50 kilometers or more.
Thank you.
The mayor.
I was blinking. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd asked Chris Lane this morning with EDR about what he's learned since entering the new position as CEO. You may have already shared it, but in a synopsis, what have you learned about tourism since it's been transferred?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I would say I've learned three things. One is the expectations of tourism in the community of Regina are exceptionally big. I think tourism is our point to focus on when we say, why don't we have these things? We point to tourism. I think tourism has no money. And I think we expect tourism to compete, and it is an unfair fight that we simply cannot compete in.
All right, I'm good.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson.
Now we heard this, that we don't have enough money to fund the tourism to really make an impact. We say we're not a destination city. It kind of is the chicken and the egg. We put a bunch of money into tourism for what? People aren't coming here because we're not a destination city. How can we justify this to our taxpayers and to myself as a taxpayer through the chair?
Through the chair, I think our proposal today is not necessarily about putting a bunch of money into it. In fact, I would argue what we're asking you to put forward, you could argue really isn't more money than many of the jurisdictions you'd like us to compete with. I think what we're asking you to do is to get us to a place where we can go find some money from somewhere else. This is just recently transitioned. We've got some work to do, and I think we're quite open in the fact that I think there's $2 or $2.5 million that tourism needs to go find. I can't tell you exactly where to go and get that today. I can give you some buckets, and I think they're outlined. I think to your comment of where we need to be successful is we need to play to our strengths, and we have some great ones. I will come back to the discussion that we shared in wearing a previous hat around hockey arenas. I don't know there's any place in Canada that delivers hockey tournaments the way that Regina does. And if you think about the impacts of a 39-team hockey tournament, they fill every hotel room that we've got in this city, and frankly, they're as good as a Garth Brooks concert. And in some ways, they're better because they're more consistent. And so where I think we have to be very purposeful as tourism is to identify where our strengths are, where we can compete with other cities, and I think we just need to promote those avenues. I think we have some. In fact, I think we have many. EDR highlighted some. I think from our perspective, our ability to compete in sport tourism and event tourism is second to none in Canada. And so we need the ability for you to hold us to a place that we can go find some more money. Secondly, I think we need to be very precise in competing where we can win. Let's not compete everywhere because there's some places that other jurisdictions are just better than us.
So what I'm hearing is the $600,000 is really just to just keep you guys afloat, give you some time to get everything sorted out, and then go from there and get the $450,000 commitments you said that you commit to us. Is there a plan behind getting that money and to the chair?
There's three avenues for that we've already started to explore. One is Western Economic Development, although I think they've got a new name now, PraiseCan. Thank you. Second one is through the RHA, and we've already entered into those discussions. And the third one is through the province of Regina, or the province of Saskatchewan. Thank you. So those are the three buckets that we're chasing right now. I think we will find success in all three.
Can you repeat the first one?
Yeah, first one is through PraiseCan, so accessing funds through grant programs relative to tourism. I will say I think the Government of Canada has acknowledged the fact that tourism is an industry that's going to need support and recovery. So there are funding opportunities there that are unique. The second one would be through the Regina Hotel Association, and the third one would be through the province of Saskatchewan.
So just to follow up on that, our RCMP is getting, I think it's fairly soon they're going to be designated as a national tourist site. Is that going to be any different funding for tourism once that happens? Just a question through the chair.
Through the chair, not that we know of right now, although any time that you have federally designated facilities, it gives you an ability to ask differently than you have in the past. Okay. So I think it's a good thing, but I can't guarantee that we'll see additional revenue from it.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it opened up a different type of grant.
I think it will.
It will? Okay. Thanks, Tim. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak.
Hi there. I just have one question, which is the same question that I want all of the presenters to touch on, which is if you were approved for a smaller budget than your request, what would be some of the first things you would look at cutting from your proposed budget? And to be more specific, perhaps if you weren't approved for the $300,000 a special COVID-19 recovery fund.
Through the chair, our response would be we would cut marketing initiatives and we'd cut staff. To be bold, however, I just would get out of the tourism business if I was the city of Saskatchewan or the city of Regina at that point. I don't think it can compete and honestly use those funds for something else.
Okay, thanks for your clear answer.
Thank you very much. I have two quick questions. The first is conventions are an important aspect of our tourism operation. City of Calgary is building a massive new convention center. I think it's called the BMO Convention Center. How can we possibly compete with that on the horizon?
Through the chair, you're 100% accurate. The BMO Center, which will open next year, I believe, is a $500 million investment. It actually, in some ways, will bring Calgary into a competitive threshold where they have not been in the past. Historically, I would say we compete with Calgary on the convention business. We don't necessarily compete with Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. I actually think part of the opportunity in Calgary becoming a mega convention center is their price tags and their size is going to get to a pro forma level that they won't be able to get small enough to compete with us easily. And so in some ways it may give us a bit of an advantage for mid-sized and small conferences that are looking to find a home. The risk side to it is to fill a $500 million building, you have to eat a lot of conferencing business in Western Canada. And I think we should recognize that the position of Calgary, and certainly the position that Calgary is taking in the tourism space, is very purposeful. I have no doubt that you will see talks of new arenas and new Olympic bids and very significant investments in the city of Calgary going forward. So two sides to that. Perhaps it makes us more competitive on price because we won't have to charge as much and we can draw some people that don't want to go to Calgary. But I think we should be very mindful that competing with Calgary, they're a building that we will struggle to compete against.
Thank you. The second question is, should we go to a destination market fee in the same way that Saskatoon has?
Through the chair, and I think there is always value in that conversation, but what I will say is I think those that administer those funds currently, the Regina Hotel Association, are the operators of heads and beds. There is not an entity in this city that wants to drive more people to hotel rooms than the Regina Hotel Association. By taking that fund away from them and giving it to a quasi-government organization, we will do all the things that quasi-government organizations do, which is dump more into bureaucracy and things that don't necessarily drive hotel visits. In my opinion, the RHA spends money in our city. They match donations regularly. Yes, there is some risk in the fact that it's outside of government, but the truth of the matter is they spend where they are going to get an investment. If it doesn't drive hotel rooms, they're not going to invest in that event, which is a different performer than perhaps we would look at it, or perhaps you would look at a city council. So my belief is, no, we should ask the fund to contribute to tourism. We should ask the fund to grow as rapidly as they can, and we should continue to ask them to invest in events and event attraction, which they do well.
Thank you very much. I see Councillor Bresciani, who's online, has raised her hand. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Follow up from the last question from Councillor Hawkins. One of the things, Tim, that I think Real does really well is promotes their events that they do. So when the amalgamation came that tourism would go under Real, I thought that was awesome because obviously you guys have done a great job there. So now when tourism is there, do you not still see though that you've got people there that do this, that you're going to be able to share and kind of glamorize it even more rather than it just being a siloed entity?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think part of what we're recognizing, and hopefully that you as council are seeing, is the relationship between Real and tourism is one that is good for our city. Even though it's not the only tourism operator, it's a big part of it. We've already recognized, I think, a savings of 3 FTEs in this process, which we can direct towards marketing initiatives. And so, to your point, I think we've already recognized efficiencies. I think we'll continue to. I think there's incredible value that we're already seeing in the alignment between Real and the marketing arm of tourism. So, yeah, I think we have found efficiencies, we'll continue to. Every dollar that we save in labor, truthfully, is a dollar we can spend on marketing, something that we need to do. So hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, and it wasn't really around like cutting staff. It was more about adding it to make it even better. And that's what I thought Real did a great job at, promoting your activities. So when tourism's there, because a lot of everything is hosted there and around the city. So I hope that's, I'm sure that that's going to happen moving forward. Yes. But there is one thing that I do want to ask about, and it is the like, I'll give you an example. We give $1 million for Grey Cup, you know, and of course we know hotels will be sold out, that kind of thing across the city. But so in light, we're giving 600,000 here. We're giving another 400,000, you know, to Real. We're giving another 700,000 to EDR. And we keep hearing, well, there's so much, you know, that's the economic spinoff. It comes back into the city. But it goes back into the city, into those hotels. But my point is, we need the Hotels Association or that fund somehow to be able to help us out with this tourism piece. And if that's a percentage or whatever, because I think that's the frustration when I tell people, hey, spinoff is here, you get it back. Who gets it back? Does the taxpayer? No, it probably comes back to the hotels, and then they can then in turn give it to other organizations or wherever they want to give it. Do you not see a sense that it should actually come back to the piece where tourism, where that needs to, and then it can be vetted where it goes together? Then maybe we could have more staff there?
Through the chair, I think I understand your question. We have a special events fund that exists in the city of Regina. I think right now that's administered through Mr. May's office and through the city manager's office. I believe that that's accurate. Ultimately, I think consolidating the elements of tourism make a lot of sense. And so figuring out how to make that process more streamlined so that we don't have to jump through as many hoops to fund an event, I think that makes a lot of sense. On the comment about where does the money go back, I mean, to your point, there is a bed tax that exists, although we don't call it a bed tax, it's what it is. Every time, a volunteer, I think 98% of the hotels are part of the association, so, you know, every time you stay in a hotel in Regina, there's a tax that's incurred. That's housed right now within the Hotel Association, and what I would say is at its peak, the Hotel Association gave nearly $600,000 a year to tourism. So it's not like they don't invest. I will say they invest in programs that drive hotel rooms, which I think is good and bad at sometimes, but more good than bad. I think to your comment, the economic impact is about jobs. And I would say that if we can drive jobs and if we can drive more jobs, that makes a lot work. You get a business tax, you get a piece of property tax, all of that is where we get our dollars. This hotel lift is extra on top of it to do extra things where it's supposed to do. I think ultimately this is about how do we improve our hotel, how do we improve our tourism industry. You know, our hotel occupancy going into the pandemic, and Regina and Saskatoon was some of the lowest in Canada. And so I would say, I don't know if this is about necessarily moving the bucket of money. I do think this is about driving more people to hotel rooms, because right now we're not competing nationally, which is creating part of the problem.
Okay, yeah, just last comment quickly, just I think it was more about distribution of the funds to get more funds into tourism, as far as to maybe resources. We talked about, and I don't know if I heard you right, but you know, if we don't have any more money into this thing, we may as well walk away, kind of. Right? I think that we probably do need more money to enhance our city, but I don't think it should be coming from the city. I think it should be coming from partners.
Can I have a question here?
I think through the chair, I think I understood the question, and I would say I absolutely agree through the chair. We have to find more money, and it has to come through partners. And so 100% accurate with that statement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. Through you, just one question. just to clarify the budget ask here, consistently, tourism gets $610,000. You want to maintain that. What you're asking for is in a 2-year budget cycle that the one-time $300,000 that was included last year for COVID recovery go into the 2023 and 2024 budget. So your ask is actually over and above your status quo budget. You're just asking for that 300 COVID recovery to be 2023 and 2024.
Through the chair, it's a $300,000 additional ask, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. I'd like to thank the delegation for appearing, for making a presentation, and for answering questions. You may return to the gallery. Thank you. We'll now consider EX 22-117 2023 budget submission, Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Can I ask Mr. Lacey to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the report before you is similar to Economic Development Regina, is presenting their business plans for the upcoming year, as well as their grant funding requests. And I think the delegation did a good job going through those requests. I'll just maybe repeat it to break it down. One area relating to what I call Riel proper, so that's Riel without the tourism component, that was transferred to them this year. The request is for a $400,000 annual operating grant, which is the same amount as was requested last year. And as well, you will see in the budget, well, it wasn't in their report, you'll see in the budget as well, councils have previously approved in the base budget $700,000 to assist Riel in making its principal and interest payments. And this is on debt that council had previously approved Riel to take on. So that also is part of what will show up as part of the budget. With respect to tourism component of Riel's new business line, in total, the funding request there is $910,000, which consists of the $610,000 that traditionally went to EDR to fund tourism activity, and the $300,000 that was provided last year as well at one time, but seeing that ongoing into 2023 and 2024. So overall, the total funding doesn't change on tourism with respect to what was provided in the 2022 budget. The only thing I would note, which we note in the report as well, is that there is some risk to the budget submission. Riel, and we've had these conversations before, is facing some cash flow challenges that have obviously been exaggerated or impacted by COVID. And so, you know, if some of their revenue targets, they've mentioned here, a large event, for example, so if some of their revenue targets aren't achieved, that could impact their cash and the ability to cash flow their operations, as well as any capital asset maintenance they need to do, any kind of capital investment they need to do with respect to their land development activities. That obviously requires cash, and if you're in a cash flow situation, having a tight cash flow information, you need to find that cash somewhere. So I do anticipate that there is some likelihood sometime in the upcoming year that we may be back to council talking about how we assist Riel with their cash flow. Mr. Reid, I think, alluded to it, whether that's restructuring their current debt or some other methods with respect to providing some support to their cash flow situation. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions council will have. Again, the recommendation is refer this to the 23-24 budget deliberations in December.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have a member of the committee move the recommendation? Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Floor is open. You have the floor for questions or discussion. None, thank you. Any councillors wish to pose any questions or raise any point of discussion? Seeing none, Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just was wanting some clarity from administration. My understanding is that with all of these budget requests, administration then will take those away and incorporate that into the proposed budget. So the recommendations from administration may mirror what folks are asking for today, or it may be different based on administration's assessment of what they would recommend to council. Is that accurate?
Mr. Lacey.
To you, Deputy Mayor, that is accurate, with council having the ultimate decision on it when they deliberate on the budget.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
I just wanted that clarification that I had asked for earlier because I thought it was helpful for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing nothing further, Mr. Clerk, could you call the vote?
This is Councillor Bresciani in favor.
Councillor Zakidniak in favor.
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion before you, all 8 members attending the meeting have voted in favor. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Delegation EX 22-118, Provincial Capital Commission. I'd like to welcome the delegation. I'd like to thank them for their patience in waiting for this opportunity. And I'd ask you that you introduce yourself and your colleagues, and you have 5 minutes and a little extra to make your presentation. There may be questions following.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. My name's Jenna Schrader. I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission. With me today, I've got Ryan Whippler. He's the Director of Outreach and Visitor Experience. And on this side, I have Josh Mickleborough. He's our Director of Stewardship and Operations. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, city officials. I am here today to present the Provincial Capital Commission's 2023 to 2024 budget. For clarity, this is a one-year budget. I know the request was for a 2-year budget, but because of our budgeting cycle and our 3 funding partners, we're only able to bring you a 1-year budget this year, but we will commit to bring forward a 2-year budget next year. On behalf of our board chair, Laurier Dene, he does want to extend his thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. He was here earlier, but needed to step out for another commitment, so he does send his apologies for not being here. So in this presentation, I will highlight key achievements from this budget year, provide an overview of next year's revenue and expense budgets, summarize the investment plan for community use capital projects, and offer insight into next year's strategic goals. The PCC is governed by a board of directors with representatives from the Government of Saskatchewan, the City of Regina, and the University of Regina. And I do want to thank Councillors Hawkins and Stadnichuk for their service to the board. Capital investments for community use capital projects maintain and grow PCC sites. These projects align with the PCC's strategic goals and pillars of operation, which are community engagement, history and stewardship education, and long-term legacy planner. This slide demonstrates the PCC's improvement in planning, budgeting, and delivering community use capital projects. Green means the project is on time and on budget. Yellow means the project is on budget, but completion might be extended into the next fiscal year. Red means the project is over budget and may be deferred to a future year. Last year, 21 capital projects were approved. 14 were green, 2 were yellow, and 5 were red. This year, 18 capital projects were approved. 16 are green and 2 are yellow. Some of the projects completed this year include picnic site upgrades, new and upgraded pathway connections, wayfinding signage phases 1 and 2, goat grazing, and improvements at Government House. Investing in the PCC keeps Wascana Centre and Government House beautiful. It also increases opportunities for programming and capital infrastructure. The 2023 to 24 budget represents a status quo budget. As part of the PCC's commitment to responsible spending and managing cost pressures by finding internal efficiencies as much as possible. The funding requests from our partners are $7.36 million to the Government of Saskatchewan, $2.719 million to the City of Regina, and $800,000 to the University of Regina. The City of Regina's investment will support the PCC's operations and community use capital projects. The table on this slide includes the PCC's financial summary for 2023 to 24, as well as historical information. The PCC's budget is reviewed and approved annually by each of our participating parties and the Board of Directors. Most of PCC's revenue will continue to come from our funding partners. Participating parties equal $10.879 million, or 86% of the total funding. 58% comes from the Government of Saskatchewan, 22% from the City of Regina, and 6% from the University of Regina. Own source revenues generated through permits, events, and rentals equal $969,000, or 8% of the total funding. $750,000, or 6% of total funding, will be transferred from PCC's surplus account. The PCC's expenses are as follows. The full-time equivalent budget is $51.25. Salary expenses are $5.6625 million, and non-salary expenses are $6.9355 million, for a total expense budget of $12.598 million. Here is the inventory of community use capital projects for 2023 to 24. The following slides will break out the projects into 3 strategic alignment areas: active communities, ecological envelopes, and outdoor education infrastructure. The PCC is committed to supporting an accessible, inclusive, and safe environment for Regina residents and visitors. Active communities projects include lighting upgrades and pathway improvements. A total of $722,000 will be invested in this area. The PCC develops programs and operational practices that focus on science, agriculture, wildlife, biodiversity, tree health, and history. Ecological envelopes projects include prairie habitat restoration and conservation management and shoreline management restoration. A total of $581,000 will be invested in this area. The PCC strives to have one of the greatest outdoor classrooms in Canada, with accessible and no or low-cost programs that we proudly make available to schools and the public every year. Outdoor education infrastructure projects include wayfinding signage and Phase 2 of our orchard. A total of $307,000 will be invested in this area. The remaining capital projects budget will be dedicated to the Wascana Centre Master Plan Review and Renewal. The Master Plan is the key administrative and framework document for Wascana Centre. The renewed Master Plan will be built on public input and address strategic considerations such as pathway connections and capacity, opportunities for programming in all seasons, and implementation of PCC's bylaws in Wascana Centre. Public engagement will begin this winter, and the target completion date for this project is the end of 2023. Moving forward, the PCC has several strategic goals to improve our operations and increase transparency with our partners. We will continue to refine the cost tracking model for the forestry and pest control and horticultural operations to better understand the cost of our operations and services. We will continue to develop memorandum of understanding to define the working relationships with our partners. We will develop service agreements with partners to clarify responsibilities and expenses. And these activities will contribute to the development of a 5-year capital plan, which will provide short-term direction for capital investments in Wascana Centre and Government House, and provide clarity to funding partners on areas of investment and budget allocations. So I do thank you for the time today, and my colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation. Committee members have questions for the delegation. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you. Through the chair, we just had a presentation not too long ago about tourism, and I noticed in your presentation that there is an increase in your outreach and visitor experience. I'm just wondering if you could talk about what some of that is and how that basically promotes tourism in our capital city.
I'll start and then I'll defer to Ryan here. What we were just talking about is we don't spend a lot of focus on marketing in the Provincial Capital Commission. We do use social media and a lot of word of mouth. So some of the organizations you receive presentations from today, apologies, through you, Mr. Chair, we rely on them to bring a lot of folks into the city for us. And once they are here, we offer amazing amenities for people to come and visit. Specifically on the outreach and visitor experience side, I know that we are coming back to pre-pandemic levels in terms of number of events that we're hosting within the centre and even people coming to host events within Wascana Centre again. Ryan, I'll see if there's anything you wanted to add.
Sure, thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for the question. I would say this budget reflects a full year of non-pandemic restrictions. We have increased our programming at Wascana Centre and at Government House considerably the last year. We took on the first Frost Festival, which was a major initiative for our staff, being one of the 4 hubs for that. And a number of other programs like our Thursdays in the park and a few other ones that we've upgraded and increased this past year.
Okay, thank you. And my only other question through the chair is we've seen some comparisons of some of the other presentations of how we compare to other cities. How does PCC compare to other cities that have like a provincial capital commission or a national capital commission?
Thank you for the question. I need to turn that on. I think I just turned it off. There we go. Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, Saskatchewan's really unique. We have, to my knowledge, we're the only provincial capital commission in Canada.
Oh.
Our direct comparison is the National Capital Commission in Ottawa, just in terms of nature of what we do. But I think the National Capital Commission has a much bigger scope to it. So we'd have to come back with some comparables for you, just to show how it's similar or different.
Okay, no, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So my first question is, so in 2023, you're proposing the review and renewal of the Wascana Centre Master Plan. When was this document either last reviewed or created? Through the chair.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Wascana Centre is really this incredible space that there have been planning for it all the way back until 1913. The very first plan for it was drawn by Thomas Mawson. And we've been through 10 sequential master plans. The current one is the 2016 version of the master plan. And by regulation, we are required to review this plan every 7 years. But the most recent regulations that we have that were passed in 2021 say that after this review, the one we're doing right now, it moves to a 10-year cycle. Just understanding that growth has been a little bit slower, investment is a little bit slower, we're broadening the horizon in between those reviews. But ultimately, what this master plan will give us in 2023 here is for the next 10 years, starting in 2024, what are some of the projects and investments that we need to be looking at within Wascana Centre? But then it also has the broader 100-year horizon of what do we want this space to be, thinking long-term for multiple generations. And if I may just add that ever since we've been doing master plans since the 50s, the time horizon has been 100 years. So just looking out, understanding how valuable this space is, and what do we want to do to make sure that it is protected and maintained for future generations.
Great, thank you. Same question for all the presenters today for informational purposes. If you were approved for a smaller budget, municipal budget, than the request that you made, what would be some of the first things you'd look at cutting from your proposed budget?
Yeah, and thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Because the PCC is funded by 3 partners, by the Government of Saskatchewan, the City of Regina, and the University of Regina, there would be funding impacts to our other partners if there was a reduction in the budget provided by the City of Regina. So it is something we would have to take back to our board to discuss. But one thing that we'd prepare for the board is our capital projects, what could potentially be deferred, but then that will ultimately come at a cost if we are deferring anything. The other thing to keep in mind here with funding to the PCC is it's actually outlined within the Provincial Capital Commission Act that the city is a funding partner.
Yeah, so I was wondering about that. Can you just touch on that a bit? So you're saying there would be implications to the other budget partners if there were any change, a reduction in the municipal funding. Can you explain that a bit further?
So currently what we have within the Provincial Capital Commission Act is that 55% of the funding is supposed to be coming from the Government of Saskatchewan, 30% from the City of Regina, and 15% from the University of Regina. And the budget numbers that we're at right now, those percentages aren't being met, but we are still proposing the status quo budget right now because we're working internally to gather more information, understanding what the cost of our operations are before we propose any different budget numbers to our partners.
Okay. And so you're saying because they're not currently being met, if there was a reduction from the city, then the other partners may then request to reduce the amount of funding that they provide since the percentages aren't currently being met. Is that accurate?
If the funding were reduced, and thank you for the chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, if the percentages were reduced, then we would have to review what are we doing from a capital perspective and what are we doing on our operations as well, because we do provide forestry and horticulture services throughout Wascana Centre, so we'd have to look at what could we provide with the budgets that are being provided, what could we do for outreach and visitor experience. So it would come at the cost of just being able to offer less. But again, it'd have to be discussions with our board to see what are they comfortable with.
Thank you very much.
Can you say one more, repeat the funding percentages one more time?
Sure, so the current funding percentages, just allow me to flip back momentarily here.
I believe it's 55, 30, 15 is the formula.
It's the formula, thank you, Mr. Chair, it's the formula within the Act, but where we're sitting at right now is 58% from the Government of Saskatchewan, 22% from the City of Regina, and 6% from the University of Regina.
Okay, thanks, that's all I need.
Thank you very much. The Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question about your surplus. In terms of, it would appear as though you have a reserve fund almost equal to your budget, or just shy of your budget, and coming down is apparently proposed over the next couple of years. But with an $11 million budget, what's the policy for minimum and maximum? Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, what we need to work on as administration here is a more defined policy for our reserve. The direction we've received from our board, beginning in 2020, was to draw down the surplus at $750,000 a year to be invested in community use capital projects. And what we want to do as administration, we did get approval from our board to again draw down that $750,000 for this next year, but to do some additional work to present the board options on what could we invest in. And really, we'd be looking at what capital projects would we want to invest in for the betterment of all of our partners. So we don't have a policy right now on minimums and maximums, but it is work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you very much. Just in regards to, you had indicated that you guys were part of Frost, which was awesome, brought many people out to the park, which was great. Do you see in the future doing other events like that where that would bring people out to the park in at different times of the year?
Thank you for that question. And Ryan, I'll turn that over to you since that's your area of expertise.
Sure. Thank you. And through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Brasciani. The short answer is absolutely. That is a mandate and a direction that outreach and visitor experience has been given at PCC. You know, COVID was obviously a very difficult time for a couple of years for us, but now with those restrictions lifted, yes, the planning throughout the year, you know, Frost was our first major winter festival, but we plan our programming throughout the year, all 4 seasons, to increase. I talked a little bit earlier about Thursdays in the Park, which is every Thursday through July through August. We just last night hosted a Pumpkin Way where people were able to bring pumpkins down to Wascana Center. We had over 500 people come and attend that and drop their pumpkins off. And that's a direction that our staff has been given to look for new opportunities, new programming, and expand the current ones that we have. So yeah, absolutely, it's a goal of ours to keep going.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. And it was awesome to have you as a partner at Frost. In regards to funding, as we're the capital city, does the PCC get any other funding from any other level of government because we are the capital?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't. The funding that we receive is from the government of Saskatchewan, the city, and the university. We don't get any additional funding from other partners.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. I'd like to thank the delegation for their presentation, for their patience, and for the time they've taken to answer questions. You may return to the gallery. I'd like to call on Mr. Lacey to introduce the report.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. As noted, the Provincial Capital Commission is requesting total funding of $2,719,000 for 2023. This is consistent with the level of grant funding they received from the city in 2022, as well as the last 3 or 4 years. We again are recommending that this request be referred to the 23 budget deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Could I have someone move the report? Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments from the committee members on the report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I invite you to call a vote. That's my favorite part.
Deputy Mayor, through you, with respect to the motion before the committee, it is passed unanimously with all 8 members in attendance voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I'd like to call on delegation 22-119, Regina Public Library. Would you please come to the delegation desk? You've been very patient, and I know you know the drill. Could I get you to introduce yourselves? And you have 5 minutes, a little extra, to make your presentation, following which there'll be questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of council. My name is Sean Quinlan. I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Regina Public Library, and I'm accompanied by Jeff Barber, our library CEO and library director. And we have virtually our Executive Director of Finance, Gail Kruger, who will be joining us. That's the last one, I think.
Indeed it is.
So on behalf of the RPL Board of Directors, we ask that City Council increase the library's mill rate by 2.5%. That amount is equivalent to 0.23% in the city's mill rate, $5.55 per year, or 46 cents per month for the average homeowner. And in keeping with the city's new multi-year budget process, I also request approval in principle to increase our 2024 mill rate by 1.78%, and that's equivalent to 0.16% increase in the city's mill rate, $4.06 per year, or 34 cents per month for the average homeowner. So why do people come to the library? Libraries are providing safe, accessible, and free resources for everyone in the city. Libraries provide crucial services on the most vulnerable populations in the city, and we provide services for new Canadians. Libraries connect the community. They are the community hubs and the community living room. RPL recently opened Community Commons at Central Library. It connects citizens with community organizations such as Pro Bono Law, Thrive Consulting, and the AIDS program of Southern Saskatchewan. It engages users with ideas and learning by holding incubator-style talks, literary activities, discussion of current events, and community activation events and programming. So let's take a look at our spending in 2023 and 2024. The requested 2023 increase will address increases in operation costs. For example, employee salaries comprise about 64% of our operating budget. A new bargaining agreement was ratified this year and includes a wage increase that will need to be addressed. We are increasing our capital budget to support new technologies, in particular, radio frequency identification of materials to streamline and create efficiencies in the borrowing processes. RPL has updated its budgeting process for its reserves. Rather than requesting more funding in years when large purchases are planned, we are requesting a modest amount to put into reserves each year, so we can use that resource as needed and build it in years when we don't have significant costs. About 94% of RPL's revenue comes from taxation. 2% of our funding comes from the province. And self-generated revenue is gathered from interest on investments, donations, fees for photocopying and lost materials, and program grants from the federal and provincial governments. The total annual economic impact of RPL's activities and services is estimated to be $70 million. The cultural impact of library services cannot be underestimated. For example, the library is a central place where new Canadians can access information and support services when they arrive and on an ongoing basis. We also provide access to music, cultural programming and discussion, recognition of the arts, and appreciation for the many cultures that comprise Regina. So now, more than ever, public libraries are vital institutions. And as we move into 2023, we are committed to working within our budget. We have and will continue to find savings and efficiencies in our operations, and we will continue to play an important role in the community now and for years to come. Thank you very much.
Questions from the committee? Councillor Findura?
Thank you. Didn't push my button fast enough, I think. Gentlemen, thank you very much for presenting. Quick question for you. All of the things you're talking about, if I have a card, library card, I can access all of these services for no cost. Am I correct with that?
Yes. The only possible cost, if you're attending a program, we do have a cost recovery on any materials, but that's not on every program. But yes, a library card, it's a free service for all 249,000 people in the city.
Okay, thank you. And then you were talking about radio frequency. If you could just maybe, one of you can explain what do you mean? What does that mean? What is that?
Mr. Barber will explain that for you.
Thank you.
Radio frequency ID is tagging of items in the library that allows them to be read at a distance. Fundamentally, the same principle that is used when you tap your phone to pay for something. So it's using a protocol that allows you to not have to use a barcode reader. The radio frequency ID for us is one of the significant projects, both in terms of our budget, but also in terms of looking forward to what will allow us to provide better and more services throughout the city and not just in our locations in the years to come.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. You still have the provincial or the in between the cities, like book exchange, or I'm not even quite sure how to ask that one, but you still have the service that you move through the province?
Interlibrary.
There you go, that one, yes.
Yes.
That still is ongoing. And what's the cost to provide that? You know, base.
Through the chair, it's actually a fairly nebulous thing, but ultimately that and the 2% of provincial funding that we receive, that's the reference, is that the province provides a grant for resource sharing to Regina Public Library, just right around $600,000. That grant doesn't change much over time, but in a couple of years ago when we were looking at that grant in the context of the events of 2017, at that time the cost of participating in the system was about $250,000 more than that grant. Ultimately, though, the benefit that RPL receives is also being a part of that system. And if you, for example, were to go online and request an item, it may come from Regina Public Library. If we don't have it, it may come from Melfort. So it's a mutual benefit kind of system that the province supports, but not fully.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned about the providing service for new Canadians of different services. That you do that from the central library to the old, how do you call the satellite libraries? Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but libraries are out spread throughout the city. Is that part of your budget that you support the other libraries to provide that service to the new Canadians?
Yes.
Yes, through the chair, it is although the unit that has the staff that support our volunteers, our volunteer tutors, is located in the central library. That service is offered throughout our system, and actually many of our tutors do meet with their learners at tables or in rooms at any one of our locations around the city. We've also the community commons room was mentioned in the presentation. We've also recently been using the community commons room for some orientation sessions for Ukrainian immigrants who have just landed and have been working with groups of people as well through Central Library's community commons. So any location, centrally organized, but any location in the system.
Okay, I got one more and I'll be done. And libraries are also involved quite large involvement with elementary schools. Elementary schools do have libraries, but there's that contact between elementary schools and the library. Can you give me a little bit more information on that? What's that involved, and is that something that you do quite often, or where we are at with that?
It's through the chair. Or do you want me to?
No, you handle that.
We have within our structure, we have community librarians, and our community librarians each have portfolios. Those portfolios are, might be seniors, might be high schools, might be elementary schools. So we have both contact through our community librarians who work specifically with the groups within their portfolio. We also, of course, have a lot of contact with our schools in the spring when our librarians are out meeting with teachers, meeting at schools, presenting to kids about our Level Up program in the summer, where we're targeting, yes, a summer reading program of sorts, but very specifically targeting minimizing the summer slide and making sure that kids are participating in a structured and a structured program that helps them not lose their reading over the summer. So our contacts are mostly those through the community librarians or libraries who are in the neighborhood of a branch, and then also our Level Up program through the summer. We typically will make contact with every elementary school.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you
Chair,
very much,
you.
Councillor Findura. Councillor Nelson.
We have no time limit, right?
We'll see.
I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of different numbers that were given to me from the library from the questions that I asked. First question, and I'm going to go back to last year's question. 2005, you had a wage of $670,000 to your management team. 2019, your wage increased to $2.7 million and 23 managers, so 13 managers added. I look at this and think, how is this being cost savings and effective for our taxpayers that are paying this? Can you explain to me the increase in 13 managements with no increases in libraries or projects being done within the library through the chair?
I think through the chair, I think I can give a partial, I might have to follow up with a report. Ultimately, I would have to look at those numbers because the management positions that we have added, we had branch heads that were in scope positions that were, we went through a Labor Relations Board application to move them to out of scope positions. But growth of 13, I would need to go back and look because that is not what I believe it would be. I will have to follow up with a report.
Yeah, I can send you a report too, that's fine. Yeah, so I'd like to see that. $230,000 you put in here for an urgent electrical and mechanical improvements. Can you tell me where that number came from through the chair?
Through the chair, that is for two particular pieces. One of them is the in our electrical room. Our electrical panels are original to the building at the Central Library, so they're from 1962. We have had an outage recently that left our escalators down for a few weeks because a 1962 breaker is really hard to find. Ultimately, when we brought this up with the audit committee and the board, sorry, there's another electrical issue in the mechanical room, that these are relatively low-cost items for Central Library, but if either of them goes, they could force us to close. So in discussion with the Audit and Finance Committee and then presenting to the board, they agreed that we would move those projects forward next year to make sure that we minimize the risk of electrical issue closing the library. So the estimates from those are from our facilities infrastructure and services director, who would be the one who issues the RFP and finds a company able to do them.
So he's the one or she's the one that come up with the cost that it would cost, and then you'll send that out to bid. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're estimates that would later then get bid on.
Can we see those estimates?
If you, I might be able to just ask Gail, our finance person online. Gail, do you?
I'm sorry, Jeff. I don't have those at my fingertips.
Okay, we will have to.
But you can get them to me or to us?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. $355,000 was a cost from Collier's Project, Deloitte, Fraser Family Holdings, P3 Architects, Practical Consulting. Is the numbers that you gave me for work that's being done in the new central library, is that correct, through the chair?
That's, sorry, and again, I hope Gail can hear me. As I recall, that is from 2017 to now. Is that the report that you're referencing?
Yeah, I'd asked for the numbers
Yeah,
and you'd have them,
yeah.
because you said it only goes back to the library, or to the
Our
computer
current system goes back to
2017.
2017. So yeah, yes, that sounds familiar, 355.
So I had asked at the last council meeting for all of it dating back even before the 2017. I haven't received it yet, so I was just
Oh,
wondering
okay.
if we could get that.
Okay, sorry, I will have to look and get that. We'll have to go back into the archives for that.
Okay. Expenses for fundraising for the central library was $20,000. Is this correct?
That is,
Through the chair, sorry.
yeah, through the chair, that is because the Central Library is not a fundraising project yet. So in 2012, we spent $20,000 for a feasibility study when the Central Library was a part of the Cultural Center project. So in 2011-12, the library was moving forward along with the Globe and other partners with the concept of a cultural center downtown on that land. For the library's part, we were going through a P3 Canada application for that as well. And so that feasibility study was done for a central library concept that was to happen in that scenario. Ultimately, as you know, that was not successful. P3 Canada, although our application was met the requirements, we were told that the federal government's priorities were elsewhere, so that all went away. But because it was looking positive, we did undertake a feasibility study at that time. So we are now, as you know, at a point where the board has started to move that project forward with their motion. It is in the hands, at the moment, in the hands of the Catalyst Committee and their reviews for recommendations to council. So they're, at the point the Central Library becomes a project that's approved and has assurance of funding, it will become a specific fundraising project that will require a refreshed feasibility study, and ultimately the board will have a discussion about how they want to structure that, possibly with a campaign cabinet. So, and also actually once it becomes an official project, it also looks different in our financial statements. But it hasn't been an official project of the library since 2012, when there were some decisions almost on the table.
Okay, 2009, P3A and Harvard Development did a visionary report. Can you tell me the cost for that visionary report?
Well, a point of order. I'm not sure I see the relevance of this to the current budget ask. That being said, why don't we consider this? We were due for a break at 5 minutes after 2, so I'm a mandatory break. So I'm going to call the mandatory break, and we'll be back at 20 after 2. Thank you very much.
And I'll
meeting to order. We've reviewed our agenda. Time is tight. What we would like to do is refer item EX 121, airport transportation route, and EX 122, residential road renewal update, both of which are information items, to next week's council meeting. Can I get a motion to do that? Thank you, John. Any opposed? Motion carried. I've been told to just hold on, so I will.
Yeah, I can speak to it.
The city clerk will speak to this.
With respect, Deputy Mayor, you just made an error in one of the reports that were referred. It was EX 22-122, the Residential Road Renewal Program update, and it should also be EX 22-123, Street Infrastructure Renewal. Executive Committee does need to consider the airport transit route today.
Councillor Federa, can I ask you to hold for one moment? It appears that the Deputy Mayor has made an error. EX 122 and EX 123 are the matters that are information matters, and we'd like to refer them to next week's council meeting. Councillor Federa, can I ask you to make that motion? Thank you very much. I know that Mr. Omri is very anxious to deal with this, so I'm happy we can accommodate him. Any objection? So done. So done. That looked after. I will advise that we are under some time pressure today. We'll proceed with questions from Councillor Nelson for the delegation on the Regina Public Library budget.
Thank you. Yeah. So these projects that have been done, and I'm gonna, maybe then you could just bring this information back to me, since 2009, 2010, 11, 12, and this is what's on the website. There's a cost to all of these. And I'd like to know, the people in my Ward 7 would like to know, the cost to this, where it is, and when can we see it? And I'll tell you what I've been getting back from my residents
Well, just a minute. Your question is you'd like to see the cost to what?
I think Mr. Barber knows what I'm talking about.
No,
Okay.
I'm running the meeting.
Okay.
Cost to what?
Then I will tell you exactly. I was just trying to be short. 2009, P3 did, and Harvard Development did an analysis. 2009, there was another one that did. 2009, 304 respondents commented on the development. CL they were contracted out. P3 was contracted out for 2011 in Harvard Development. 2012, a report came back. I'd like to know the cost of that. 2015, Group A Architectural Interior Design was contracted. 2017, Deloitte was contracted for a business case. 2018, P3A Feasibility Study. 2019, Praxel Consulting. 2020, Collier's Development, KPMG. 2021, Polling Report by Insight Research.
Okay, the matter before this committee is the library mill rate increase for the upcoming year. My concern is that we're treading into the jurisdiction of the library board and its responsibilities under the library statutes. I wonder if I can ask the city solicitor for opinion on this.
Deputy Mayor, correct. The reason that the library is bringing forward this request is to ask council to set the mill rate in order for them to have the necessary funds to operate. The library board has the primary accountability for financial controls of the library as set out under the Public Libraries Act. So it's important for council to understand that while these might be appropriate questions to ask a department of the city, the library board is an independent entity from the city, and so there are some restrictions on how far council can inquire with regard to financial operations or operational questions of the library. So I hope that's of assistance. The narrow focus of the city's responsibility is to set the mill rate, to appoint members to the library board, but they are recognized then as an autonomous library board under the provincial statute. So there are some limits as to how far council can inquire, similar to with the Board of Police Commissioners when their budget comes forward. There are some similarities.
Thank you very much. The opinion is very helpful. On the basis of that opinion, I'll rule the question out of order. I'd ask you to confine your questions to the actual library board mill rate request that's before us.
So this can't go back to,
I'm ruling it out of order. Do you have any further questions?
I'm going to question this, the chair.
Are you challenging my ruling?
Yeah, I'm going to.
As a challenge to the chair's ruling, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the question? If you support the chair, if you support the challenge, you vote yes. If you support the chair's ruling, you vote no.
Can I
No, you
explain why I'm
can't.
questioning?
You
Actually, I
cannot.
can. Why
I'm
can't I
going to
question?
rule you out of order, Mr. Clerk.
I think there is some latitude, Deputy Mayor, that Councillor Shaw can briefly outline what her issue is, but it needs to go to a vote right away. There is no debate on it. If she needs to provide clarification as to exactly what she's questioning the ruling, but it's not for an elongated debate. So it's just a very brief, what is your issue?
My issue is accountability to the taxpayers and the amount of money being spent towards projects, toward facilities. If this money would have been better spent, we wouldn't be asking for a mill rate increase every year. That's where my question comes into, with accountability.
Just very brief, so you're good.
So my ruling stands. I've ruled the question out of order. Mr. Clerk, I'd ask for a vote.
So
A vote of yes is supporting the chair's ruling that it is out of order. A vote no means you would support Councillor Shaw's challenge. We can look at it one way, that as long as everybody knows what yes means and what no means. Yeah.
uphold the chairman's yes.
Yes.
We're waiting on Councillor Bresciani's vote.
Deputy Mayor, the challenge to the chair has been defeated, as the members voting in favor of the chair's ruling is 7, and the member voting against the chair's ruling is Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions, Councillor Nelson?
No, I would just like to make sure that we see the $230,000 estimate for the mechanical, and, yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much. The mayor.
No accountability.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In the presentation this afternoon, you provided a pie chart that said 94% of revenues come from taxation. Do you have comparables from other cities to note how that compares to other major libraries in other major cities?
In terms of the municipal library context nationally, it will be very similar, but I can get you some comparators. In some provinces, they work their provincial grants a bit differently. Ontario does it a bit differently, but I can get you some figures for sure.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. You had an economic assessment in there in your presentation of, I think, $70 million to the community. Who did the economic impact assessment for you?
Through the chair, this was a part of the work that KPMG Colliers did for us recently.
Okay.
And so they built us a model that we can, again, use in the future for comparative purposes.
Okay, excellent. there's a request, as I understand it, for a transference of about 1.6 million of the levy, of the $25 million that's being requested in totality. 1.6 million of it to be transferred into reserves, and I understand the leveling and whatnot. What's not present is the reserve balances.
Through the chair, I will maybe start an answer, and Gail online might be able to give more detail. For the most part this year, the fund balances for many of them are zero because it's just this year at end of year, but then budget for next year that allocates to them. Currently, our reserve funds are really very few. We have a capital fund that has been used for central library generally as a $13 to $14 million. We have an operating reserve of $1.7 million. Gail, I will need you to help me out as we get further down these, but ultimately what we have are a small group of reserves that if the board chooses, and we have discussed, could turn that to the seed money for Central Library. So there is approximately $18 to $20 million available for Central Library if the board chooses to do that. But because these reserves in our 2023 budget, most of them are new, most of their starting balances are in fact zero.
Okay. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of the delegation? Councillor Zakidniak online.
Thank you. So in the interest of fairness, I'm asking everyone today the same question for informational purposes. If you were approved for a smaller budget than your request, what are some of the first things you would look at cutting from your proposed budget?
You got it. Okay. Through the chair, ultimately for the library, and again getting to the point made earlier, that question would have to go back to our board. Our board is responsible for our budget. In terms of that discussion, at RPL, with essentially 65% of our expenditures are staff related, there is, and ultimately again, kind of pointing out the mayor's question, our options are really around reducing staffing and services or not putting money into reserves. And as we've talked about, our challenge around reserves in the past is something we are trying to get through. And so in that discussion for the library, it really has to come down to staffing and services. There aren't a lot of other places to go because that is what our organization does.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for the delegation. Thank you for your presentation, for waiting patiently this morning. You may return to the gallery. And Mr. Lacey, I'd ask you if you'd like to comment on the report.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. Again, this report's a little bit different than the previous ones. It is just the library seeking council's approval on the library's mill rate for 2023. And again, we recommend that this request be deferred to the 2023 budget deliberations.
Thank you very much. Could I have a member of committee move the referral to the 2023? Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, any questions or comments? Thank you. Any questions or comments from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you call the vote?
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion, it is carried in a vote of 7-1. Those voting in favor are Councillors Zakidniak, Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Councillor Hawkins. Those voting against is Councillor Nelson, and Councillors LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and Moll are absent from the vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. That moves us to EX 22-120, the 2023 City Council and Committee Meeting Calendar. Clerk, can I call on you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I know everyone's just been hanging on every waiting minute for this one. This is the annual request for you to establish your meeting calendar for the 2023 calendar year. The proposal, the recommendation coming from my office is with respect to keeping largely status quo, so that City Council would continue to meet bi-weekly on Wednesdays, beginning at 1 p.m. Executive Committee would meet on the alternate Wednesdays, commencing at 9 a.m. And Regina Planning Commission will continue to meet monthly on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. We're also making a few proposed amendments with respect to reports that are tabled. In instances where the report has been tabled prior to hearing from registered delegations, we will allow those delegations to address committee or council at the subsequent meeting, but no new delegations would be heard. In instances where registered delegations have made their presentation at the initial meeting, we will not have further delegations at any subsequent meeting. However, in instances where there has been a substantive amendment made after registered delegations have made their submissions and that matter has been tabled to a subsequent meeting, we will allow delegations to register. So that is addressing a concern that we have heard from many members, that when there has been a significant amendment made at committee level, particularly executive committee, that people are very, it's difficult to then say, well, you can't appear, because normally if they hadn't registered, they wouldn't. But in these cases, when it's recognized that there has been a substantive amendment, basically we are recommending that you open the door to those people who wish to address council, provided they register accordingly. The other amendment we are proposing, and this is to address what we perceive as a procedural fairness issue, is that we have two main committees of council. We have Executive Committee and we have Regina Planning Commission. And what we are recommending is that when those reports come forward from the respective chair of those committees, that when they appear before council, that the mayor will call upon the chair of the committee to introduce the report. But then the mayor will call upon someone other than the chair to move the report. In that way, if the chair of the committee is not in agreement with what the committee's recommendation is, it does not place them in a position where they are either moving something they don't support, or that they make their own motion and therefore kind of circumvent or ignore what the committee has recommended. It's very similar to what has gone on today. The deputy mayor has called on Mr. Lacey to introduce the report. He has explained what the matter at hand is, and then the deputy mayor has called upon a member of the committee to move the report. The same thing would happen at council, where the mayor, if Councillor Findura was moving a report from Planning Commission and he didn't like it or didn't support it at committee, he's just being asked to introduce it. Someone else on council would then be moving the report, and then Councillor Findura is not in that awkward position of having to speak against it or try to circumvent the process and move his own motion, and therefore confusing everybody as to what did the committee think. So that's a long-winded explanation. I hope it makes sense. We can address any questions you have. With respect to a lot of the questions that might come about timing of delegations or that, I'll take some of the questions, but given that I haven't done this for 9 months, I may ask the deputy clerk to address some of these, because she, of course, has been more familiar with how things have been going in the last 9 months in terms of the operations of delegations.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I need someone on the committee to move this report. Thank you, Councillor Stevens, and then we'll open the floor up for questions and discussions. Councillor Stevens, you have the first go-around.
Thank you. This is an open-ended question to my colleagues, the city clerk, as well as ELT, about the timing of the council meeting. I don't intend on moving anything today, but I am curious. Would there be opposition to moving this to 9 a.m., the council meeting, like we do with executive? And that prevents us from running late into the evening. Thoughts?
I think that's a fair question, Councillor Stevens. I'm just going to ask your question to the committee as a whole and then to ELT, because of course they're affected, to just express an opinion on your particular point, if that's the will of the committee. Does any committee member have any comments on Councillor Stevens' query?
Councillor Hawkins, it's Councillor Bresciani. I have my hand up whenever I'm next.
You did have your hand up, Councillor Bresciani, I saw that. Go ahead. On Councillor Stevens' point, or is this on other matters?
Councillor Stevens.
Go ahead.
Actually, I did speak with the city clerk in regards to this exact, thinking that I was going to amend that it would be a 9 o'clock if that was permitted. I just really think that a 1 o'clock start gets us so late for council, goes into the evening, and it's consistent with the public as well. And I think we have seen no less of delegations come at 9 o'clock or a 1 o'clock. I think we kept it the last time for a 1 o'clock because for some councillors as we're working, they felt that was better. But I think for some of the individuals, the work has changed, but I would support a 9 o'clock start for both executive and council.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go around the circle. Councillor Stadenchuk. On Councillor Stevens' point.
There we go. Yes. No, I do. I also agree with that. I do think to have a consistent schedule that both executive and council start at 9 a.m. I think is a really good, good strategy. So I support that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson.
So it's really hard to support it when there's some councillors that do have a job, and my exact thing. So right now, I can just tell my employee that there's 2 Wednesdays out of the month I can't make it, but every other Wednesday at least I'll be there in the morning. So we're not a full-time job. We don't get paid as a full-time job, and it would be really hard for me, I don't know about other councillors, that has another job, to take every Wednesday off from my other job, so.
Thank you very much. The mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think I'll just raise, and I think it's Councillor Moe last time who pleaded with council not to do this as it deeply impacted his employment. I will just say that there was, I've gotten some feedback even in terms of, recent public engagement sessions being held that, well, we can't, we work during the day and we can't attend 11 till 1, which was why there was an evening. And so I wonder if we're out of sync with those folks who may want to present in the evening post-work for themselves. That's my only comments. I'm serve at the pleasure of council.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Findura.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, no, I can probably handle. I'm already off on Wednesdays. That's my regular full-time job I have. I have my Wednesdays straight out. All 4 Wednesdays a month, I'm off. You might notice that I'm doing some. Well, I'm not, but I do understand that there's some folks want to come after hours, but I think we can manage some complex issues easier and better when we still fully awake and fully paying attention to things, not at the very end of the day, in the evening, right? So I can see that working. So either way we go, I think I would support the 9 a.m. and have my 4 Wednesdays a month. I belong to the city, and the other 4 days I belong elsewhere.
Thank you very much, sir. I realize it's maybe unfair to the city manager to ask her to express an opinion on behalf of the ELT, but I do ask that, but would understand if you want to delegate it to one of your members.
I'm just learning how to use the microphone. So I would think, and I welcome anyone from ELT to jump in, but just quickly checking with the people on either side of me. I mean, I would say, first of all, we're here to support you, so we would figure out a way to be here when council is here. But I would say from even an employee experience perspective, it would seem preferable to start at 9 versus starting at 1 p.m. and going late into the night. I do think it is a valid point, though, to think about from like an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens of those residents that want to come and talk, to really, I guess, understand or try to understand kind of the impact that it might have on people's inability to come up and express their opinion to council, because it's always during working hours.
Thank you very
But I
much.
would say just from a purely administrative point, we would fully support that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, I think this comes back to you, and I'd ask whether you wish to move a motion on this point.
This is something I think we kind of need consensus on. Maybe I'll put it out there as a notice I might bring back at the council meeting when it's discussed. I'm aware that for Councillor Nelson, it just doesn't work. I think we need unanimity on it. I'll leave it at that. But in terms of the resident participation, I think there's been a growth in the number of people who come to council. I was told that the 9 a.m. start time for executive was going to be catastrophic. Every change we've proposed, I was told that nobody would ever show up. Attendance and participation at council meetings has skyrocketed at the same time as people have been concerned about the timing. So I'm not worried about that. I'll leave it there until Councillor Moll can chime in.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani has her hand up, and then I'll come back. Councillor Bresciani, do you wish to speak to this further? You have your hand up. Do you wish to bring a motion on this?
No, if Councillor Stevens wants to wait, I think we could hear from Councillor Moll as well. But I would agree with what he has said as well. I think we see more people just the same. I think council could do something different if we want to do something in the evening where we want to hear individuals on certain topics. We can look at that, but I think 9 o'clock is a great start. But I'll leave it until next week as well. But on another issue, so I'll wait till Councillor Stevens is done, I guess. Is he done?
Thank you very much. I just want to go to Councillor Nelson. Do you have anything further on the Councillor Stevens' point about time?
Yeah, just a quick question, and just to get some history here. The meetings, so I remember us having the executive starting at 9 because it's a discussion where there's no time limit and all that kind of stuff, and then when it goes to council, it's more of a decision-making, it's not. So I understand, I remember that was the reasoning behind why we start at 1 o'clock. Is there a reason why we can't move city council meetings to the evening? Back when it used to be, I don't understand what the recommendation was to move it to 1 o'clock. Is there a way to move it to the evening so then?
I'm going to briefly comment on that, and then
Okay.
I'm going to pass to the clerk.
Thanks.
Prior to these changes, a year ago or 2 years ago, we did have evening council meetings. We found they were going very late into the night, beyond 10 o'clock. There was a fatigue factor, an exhaustion factor, so it was decided to move away from that. Clerk, do you want to add to this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, your recollection is basically on point. At the time, it was discussed among the current composition of council at the time that the 5:30s were becoming problematic, partly because the issues of the day, some of them were very complex. And there were also people out in the public who said, we can't come in the evening. So you're faced with that constant push and pull. Some people can't come in the morning, some people can't come in the afternoon, some people can't come in the evening. And so it does spin on itself, and you just ultimately have to decide. I think it is also fair to acknowledge what Councillor Stevens said, that there has always been some apprehension raised about what will this do to attendance, and I think we have found that it has not in any way detracted from it. The numbers, I think, are clearly show that the number of delegations has not been impacted negatively under either scenario.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak, we're just on the topic of timing. Do you want to comment on this?
I do, yes.
Okay.
So I just, I think that it will be important to hear from all of council, including those who are not here. Councillor Moll was mentioned. I don't think Councillor Mancinelli is here anymore. So whether that's by email prior to the next meeting, but I think it'll be important to hear everybody's feedback and whether or not this change is feasible for them. But I do, and I'm may be able to be convinced either way. However, a thought that I have in terms of leaving it with the status quo, it's been brought up that, you know, some folks can't come in the evening. Some folks work at different times or are available to address council at different times. One benefit to keeping it with 9 a.m. For exec and 1 p.m. for council is that it does accommodate different schedules. So if somebody is only available later on in the day, then they are able to come address council, versus if they're available in the morning, they can come address executive. I don't know yet where I stand on that topic, but I did want to note that that is the benefit to keeping the status quo.
Thank you very much.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakidniak. I'm going to take the consensus of the committee that this matter should be put over and raised at council meeting if people so desire. Councillor Bresciani, you have your hand up, and I think you wanted to raise other issues, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have a question in regards to 2A and the number 1 and 2. So if the city clerk could just give me an example where it says, it says these delegations will be permitted to address members at the subsequent meeting, but no new additional delegations will be heard. Meaning that, so if it's an executive, if it's an executive, there's no, I just need clarity on what that means.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What that means, Councillor Bresciani, is if 3 people were registered to speak at either council or committee on a particular report, but the committee or council ran out of time and everything was pushed to a subsequent meeting, those individuals who had registered as delegations would remain as delegations. But we would not entertain new delegations. People did not register to speak when it was originally on the agenda, so otherwise you will have a free-for-all. Well, people would always be coming back and saying, well, I'm going to speak now because I've had an extra week or whatever. If that's what council wishes to do, we can do that. I'm just saying it will become somewhat chaotic in the clerk's office if we don't have a set deadline. So that's where that came from.
Okay, thank you. That's clear then.
Okay.
Thank you. No, I support that. The question in regards to instances where when a substantive amendment has been made, after registered delegations have made their submission and the matter tabled to a subsequent meeting, new delegations may be heard respecting the opposed, because it was a substantive amendment that was made. But who determines what is a substantive amendment?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to go out on a limb, that'll be largely my call in consultation with the Deputy Clerk and the City Manager. And I think, in fairness, we will take that from the discussion that has been going on at the committee level or council meeting that has been discussing it. So again, if it's a modest amendment, like, you know, adding some small thing, but I think this has come up in the past when council has, say, lurched quite strongly from an original recommendation and has taken a strong directional turn. That's when I think we need to accept the fact that there may be people who say, whoa, we were comfortable where it was and this is a complete 180 now. So that's what that's trying to address. I don't see it happening a lot, but it is to address those instances when the committee or council has decided to change something significantly and it's been tabled to a future meeting.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. The last one I have, and this is something that concerned me even as I was reading the script for Deputy Mayor. One of the things that if people only hear what's coming to council on the news at executive, they have only the next day by noon. So if they hear it at supper time tonight, they only have tomorrow at 1 o'clock to submit to council for next Wednesday. And I don't think that's enough notice to the public, because I think my question is that can we not have it to go at least to even the Monday in the evening, or so at least people have the weekend? I'd just like to know what the clerk thinks about that, because I just don't think those few hours is enough time to give notice to the public.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Well, Councillor Bresciani, first of all, we will enact whatever council directs us to do. Having said that, I do want to remind members and the public that we made changes a couple of years ago, and we publish draft advance agendas 13 days prior. So the items that are coming forward are already flagged 13 days in advance so that people know something is in the wind. As well, that gives people the opportunity to be watching. So I can't make people follow what's going on until the 11th hour, but we have been open and transparent. Now, by the same token, something is decided, for example, today, and it's going to council next week. Yes, we could consider, or you could consider, changing the submission deadline. Another would be that they could register on the Thursday, tomorrow, if you waive the requirement for a written submission, which in the past, council has wanted written submissions going to council. So if you waive the written submission, this becomes very easy for us, because it's just taking names, and people would have all weekend or 5 days to prepare. You, on the other hand, would not have those 5 days to read and internalize what their position might be on an agenda. So, and I'll just ask Amber to add.
Sure.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, one other piece that I will add to that. If council did choose to ask us to extend that deadline to the Monday, a lot of statutory holidays fall on a Monday, which then leaves our office a little less time to prepare those submissions, and also provide members enough time to review those submissions prior to their meetings that are scheduled on Wednesdays, which would mean they wouldn't receive it until later on in the day on Tuesday to review all those submissions that are received.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Bresciani?
Yeah, I'm going to think about this for the next meeting. I do think this sounds like an internal with staff and all that, but I think at the end of the day, I'd like to really see that. I just don't think the next day is enough notice. And the reason I'll say that, the media is not following up on our committee, our executive and council meetings 13 days out. The media is there when the public raises something, or when we have executive. So I just think the notice is too short, so I'm going to consider that. The last question I have is for staff. We've met 2 times since our new term has begun. I've seen some staff turnover. I'm just wondering, is this put a lot of stress and pressure on staff to get, obviously there's more work to be done because we're meeting 4 times, like with executive and council, not just 2 times in the month, but 4 times, plus our other committees.
So perhaps I can rephrase that. Under the current regime, we meet on Wednesdays for executive meetings, and then the next Wednesday for council, and then the next Wednesday for executive. I think the question that Councillor Bresciani is asking is this putting too much strain on staff?
Mm-hmm.
And the clerk will answer it, he says.
Well, I'll answer it from 2 perspectives. One, owing to the last 9 months as interim city manager, and would defer to my colleagues on ELT as well as in the clerk's office. I think there is some benefit to having a regimented, regularized Wednesdays. We've spent 2 years doing this, and people are now, I think, we're in tune with it. Every time we change the calendar and we change distribution and submission deadlines, it throws staff into a bit of a tizzy because they're having to change calendars and sign-offs and all that. So I think there's some value to this. Having said that, the real pressure points become in the office of the city clerk. Because we have to pull those agendas together and distribute them Friday afternoons, and technology does not always work. Reports are not always in on time, and adding delegations when they come in, and if they're late or we've made exceptions, the stressor is on the staff in the clerk's office. They don't get to go home at 4 o'clock on a Friday. They are sometimes here till 8 and 9 in the evening on a Friday. No one else in staff is but the clerk's office. So just a little kudo for them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see that, and so I don't know where this goes, but I think there has to be something done with that, and I don't think what we've got right now is perfect. I think for both the public side and the staff side, so I will leave it there and let others speak. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Do any other, Councillor Stanisic, you wish to speak to the report?
Go on there. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So actually, my questions were the same as Councillor Bresciani's, but so I will just add on to the last part, because I was concerned about the tightness of the schedule every Wednesday, and that in terms of making sure agendas are approved and delegations are there. In the opinion of the clerk's office, I think it's only been 1 year that we've been doing this schedule, not 2. So do you feel like another year of doing this would be enough to assess whether or not that is the appropriate time, or go back to a schedule where it'd be every 2 weeks that there would be a meeting?
To the clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have changed the schedule of committee meetings and council quite significantly. Going from Monday evenings, we collapsed committees a couple of years ago because it was felt that the committees were becoming somewhat redundant because council members who weren't on the committees had lots of questions and there was a lot of repetition. So that's why we went to the executive committee every second week, council on the alternate week, so that things would be flowing through with RPC. Is it perfect? No. Does it have warts? Yeah. Is any other system better? I'm not sure. We have tried almost everything. And again, I say this with respect to members. Part of it is also your own personal perspective. Do you like to have, some members wanted to get rid of written submissions to council so that it would facilitate delegations. Other members said, no, we want to see what you have in writing. That causes some backlog and some challenges getting that information through. We now register delegations for committees. We didn't used to register delegates. Councillor Fendura, you would remember, years ago, you just came down to executive or planning commission. You didn't know if there was one delegation or 22. So we have tried to regularize it so that you have a better understanding of what you're going to be facing. So in our opinion, respectfully, Councillor Stadnichuk, I think this is sound what we have proposed. We're always open to further comments, and we will do this at council's direction. So if you want to change everything, we will go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, no, it's just more like it's reflecting a lot of, I was concerned about a lot of the things that Councillor Bresciani was concerned about too, because even though it's 13 days in advance that the council agenda is published, it is true that people don't pay attention until after a decision has been made at executive committee, and then people don't have a lot of time. So anyway, I won't say anything more about that, but maybe there will be some minor amendments next meeting. I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. The Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think what I just heard was that even though we went to a 13-day in advance distribution, it's not achieving the results that were required. And I would ask my council colleagues before next council meeting to reflect upon whether or not they actually read that package 13 days in advance. Because if they don't, what administration won't tell you is they would probably deeply appreciate not having to do it 13 days in advance. It has created a bunch of turmoil in administration in terms of the pressure to get reports together, to get reports together that need to come forward in some respects because they're associated, that they might appreciate going back to the system, which was, we're getting ready for the meeting the week before, so if it's not working, I'm just going to throw that out there, and you're welcome to disagree with me, administration, but I don't think you're gonna. And so it's not achieving that, and we're actually not reading in advance, and we don't get the sense that the public is reading in advance, then I'm going to suggest that we're putting a strain on administration that is completely unnecessary.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Is there any other comment? Can I get someone to move this recommendation so that it goes forward to council so that we could do this all over again? Pardon? Councilor Stevens, you already moved it. Thank you for that. Any further comments? All those in favor? Oh, whoops, sorry, it's the old way. Could I have the clerk call the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion, it is passed in a vote of 8-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the last item on our public agenda, EX 22-121. Could I call on Delegation John Aston in person? Is he here? Yes, he is. Oh, sorry.
He's been here a while.
Enjoying the visit.
Loves all day breakfast.
Mr. Aston, we're very appreciative of your patience, although I know that the last discussion must have been especially interesting to you. Can you state your name and who you represent? You have 5 minutes and there may be questions.
Thank you. My name is John Aston. I'm representing the Regina Airport Authority today. On behalf of our CEO, James Bogus, who was unable to make it today, I'm coming to support the transit route to the airport, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll keep my remarks brief. I know you guys are at the end of a long agenda. So.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee members for Mr. Aston? The Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question about, I'm fairly certain that Councillor Stevens can hear angels right now, but on transit service to the airport, which is fantastic. Can you give us a sense in terms of feedback you've gotten from travelers or from the workers, clearly, that would be interacting with travelers about the importance of this for the airport here?
That's a great question. Through the chair, I think we heard a lot of comments from some members of the public that really wanted it. So there was a vocal, I won't say a minority, but a vocal group. I think some staff members are very eager as well. There are certain ones that walk or take their bike or I think struggle with their own car. So that would be a plus for them. We have a range of employees at the airport, both like in the terminal building and on the site. So I think that's probably our primary target, quite frankly, is those employees. So.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Aston, I thank you very much for helping us out today. You may your excuse.
Sorry, Councillor Hawkins.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Aston, just a question. Will you be doing, like, this will go through, will you be doing a follow-up in a year just to kind of figure from staff kind of what the uptake has been, that kind of thing, just for some data to bring back?
Through the chair, I don't know. We haven't talked about that. I think it would be smart to do that. I believe from previous discussions with administration, I think they have some measures that we share with us, if I remember correctly. So we'd have that data as well. So certainly something we could take away, though.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aston. The next person up is Mr. Onright, and I'm sure he'll comment on this.
Yes.
Anything further, Mr. Bresciani? Councillor Bresciani?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aston. Mr. Onright, could I call on you to introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the report in front of you, administration is seeking approval. This is for the actual route that will travel to and from the airport. The budget piece of this was approved in 2020. Total budget at that time was $348,000. $100,000 is being contributed by the airport over a 3-year period. This is a great partnership and has been through many, many discussions over a number of years. And it's you know, a service that is needed through Mr. Ashton's business base at the airport and the businesses outside of the airport in their commercial development area and industrial development areas. Just gather my thought here for a minute. So this was to come forward in the spring of 2020. Due to COVID and discussions with the airport had asked that we put the service on hold as their change in their business had occurred pretty much overnight. So that's why the report is coming in front of committee today. And as I mentioned earlier, this would go into service once approved in May of 2023. That's all I have.
Mr. Onright, just referring to Councilor Bresciani's question, will there be some kind of review and report back to council with respect to this in a timely way?
Through the chair, sorry. Definitely. We gather stats on every route, and we will definitely be able to share that with the airport, and that'll come to council when we do the annual review for transit.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Councilor Stanishuk, you have questions? Would you like to move the report and then we can introduce? Thank you very much. Questions and discussion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just a question about the frequency of the transit and the route. So regarding the frequency, I assume that lines up with the flights that come in. I just sort of wanted to get some background on that. Maybe that should have been a question for the previous guest.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Bells to comment in the detail.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, we met directly with the airport authority, and we came up with this model, the Monday to Friday model, and the times presented in the report. Again, we're trying to capture as most riderships as we can, not only for travelers that are using the airport, but also the employees that are working in the airport and the surrounding area. Example would be Canada Post employees as well. So we're trying to maximize our ridership in those areas.
Okay. And through the chair, is midnight basically the last flights that would be coming in, or are there flights that come in after that, or is it just not feasible to have? I'm just curious about that.
Mr. Bells?
Again, through the chair, I don't have the actual flight times of it, but again, in discussion with YQR, we came up with the model of, again, capturing when the employees are leaving their shifts and when the last flights are arriving at YQR.
Okay. And through the chair again, so my other question was just regarding the route. I just found it curious that it goes along Sandra Schmirler Way and then down 13th, and why not through the Louvain and then down 13th? Just curious why the Sandra Schmirler Way was chosen. Through the chair.
Mr. Bells?
Thank you. Through the chair, again, we are going north and south on Sandra Schmirler Way and on Chipmunk Drive, again, to capture the employees of the service areas in that area. So again, Canada Post is the example that is in that location.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So my first question is, I see that on page 3 it talks about when the route will run Monday through Friday, the weekday frequency. So does that mean that there will not be any buses running on the weekend?
Mr. Bells?
Through the chair, Councilor, you are correct. This is the first recommendation with the service hours that we asked for back in our budget in 2019 was for a Monday to Friday model only, and those are the times that are recommended with that budget ask. So there will be no service on Saturday or Sunday at this time.
Councilor Skidniak?
Thank you. And can you give the rationale for why you propose starting Monday through Friday only?
Yeah, planes don't fly on the weekend.
Through the chair.
Through the chair. So I think as we had entered into discussions with the airport, understanding the cost to initiate the service, Monday to Friday was what was agreed to. I think as we look at any of the new routes that we proposed in the city, starting out with an entry-level service to determine what the uptake will be. We are also, in this first implementation of the service, we'll be utilizing a 26-foot bus as opposed to a 40-foot bus. We used that same model when we started in Harbor Landing, and today Harbor Landing is running an articulating bus, and it's the highest use route we have. But we're able to grow that business through starting out with smaller amount of service to keep costs in line before actually knowing what ridership will be like. So hopefully that answered your question, Councillor.
Yes, it does. I do have a couple more. I'm also wondering why, if we're approving, well, I guess first I'll start with the monetary question. So this was first approved as part of the 2020 budget. So was this money funded from the city, $248,000, simply held over? And that's why there's no new budget request, because this money has been reserved since 2020 for this use. Is that what's occurred?
Mr. Onright.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And then there wasn't additional money set aside then in 2021 because it wasn't used in 2020. Is that right?
Through the chair, it's in the base budget. So when it was put in 2020, it remains there.
Okay. I'm wondering why it won't start, why it's not proposed to start till May. If we're approving it now, why can't we start sooner?
Mr. Onright.
Through the chair, I'll let Mr. Bells answer that.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, we had strong communications with YQR and their recommendations. First of all, we wanted to do it in the 23 fiscal year for them. Also, we were recommending the May startup date because we need to pour some pads and make some proper infrastructure for accessibility of the bus stops along the way on Sandra Schmerler Way and in those areas for Canada Post and in front of the terminal. So that's our main rationale, is just to make sure that we have proper pads for our customers using our transit system.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I certainly support this. I'm eager for us to get started. I think, as you can tell from my questions, so I support it, and I'm glad we're finally moving ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Skidniak. Councilor Findura.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. We added this part into the airport from an existing route that we were working with. Am I correct with that? Is that the conversation we had? There was already a route in the area. We just added the link, the piece, to take it to the airport. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no, this is a separate route. It connects in the downtown area, so it does connect to the other routes that are running throughout the city, but it is set up as a separate route.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. I see no further questions. I'd ask the clerk to call the vote. I should ask Councilor Stevens whether he wishes to. Could you please call the clerk, call the vote? Whoever moved. Councilor Skidniak, do we have your vote? Got it, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion, it passes 8-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Committee members, I'd like to call for a resolution for private session. If I get such a resolution, we'll adjourn, take our break, and I'll be back here for the private session at 25 to 4. Can I get a motion for private? Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Any opposed? Resolution's carried. We'll meet for private session at 25 to 4.